Hey guys, welcome back. So in this video we will start building YouTube AI extension where you guys saw the preview of this application in the previous video. Before jumping on to building this application, I would like to walk you through the two prerequisites I feel important for you to go through the before jumping on to this video. So one is I just wanted to talk about for you to get a good understanding on basic jargon of extension development, like what are option pages, what are pop-up pages, dev tools pages, what are content scripts, background scripts, and what is the manifest.json file, which is the now of this extension development. So which gives you a brief about developing an extensions and what is needed. So this is probably explained in this book, so I highly suggest for you to read this. And I have read this book, and I really learned a lot while I was reading this book. So please do read this book and try to get a grasp on extension development. So once you have read through this, then the second thing that I want you to spend a decent amount of time is on the documentation of this Plasmo, which is the framework going to help us build these extensions easily. So before this frameworks exist, what we were doing is we were spending a lot of time to at least set this boilerplate needed for us to start building this extensions. But now these frameworks will take away all of that routine and boilerplate work to themselves, and straight away helps us focus on our logic and unique point of our application. So this abstracts all those things and helps us directly get started with our development. So that's the thing. So I just want you guys to get used to that by going through this docs and understand how it's abstracting. And the core thing that I wanted to mainly I want you guys to go through is life cycle of this content scripts UI. This is where so if I just wanted to give a brief about it, okay, so this is where the place that helps us where to mount our components, basically the UI that we want to be seen as part of particular web page and all. Okay, so this gives you detailed explanation of how this is doing using this content scripts UI, and it explained the life cycle of it. Okay, so if you do spend good amount of time on this, it's going to be really helpful for you. So post this two things completions, you can just jump on to developing these things. Okay, so I'm just going to let's just have this in the left part of the screen, and then I'm just going to have this and minimize this for now. Okay, so first thing, so we will get started. So for us to get started, there is a simple straight command that we can straight away use from this documentations. So this is the command to create a the Plasmo project, and I want the source directory as part of this initial code that it gives us. So I'm just using this command. Okay, so in your terminal, just open up your your favorite editor and terminal. So just run this command. Okay, so which is the Plasmo create pnpm create Plasmo with source directory. Okay, so this is going to create all the boilerplate code for us to get started with extension development. Okay, fine. And so let's wait for it to so now we need to give an extension name. So the extension name, I'm just going to give it as YouTube AI. Okay, so you just have to so the descriptions, maybe what you can give is let's say a Chrome extension. So I'm just going to say something like a Chrome extension that lets you chat with your video, something like that. You can just add whatever you want. So this is the description, and in here the author name, you can just let's say I'm just going to give in here my name. Okay, fine. So now it's going to create that, and we can just open that as part of our editor. Okay, so let's wait for it to install this code. So these are the commands. You can just there are a lot of examples which this has given. If you wanted to have the suits directory, or if you want that the boilerplate to come with tailwind css, and you want some other thing to already present, and you just wanted to focus on building your logic, so there is a lot of examples. You can just refer to this docs. Okay, fine. So it's downloading, so I'm just waiting for it to download. Post this download, I need two more things to set up. One is the tailwind css, because I will use that to style our UI part that will be seeing on the screen, and the components of Shartsian. I need to use a few collapsible and all those components, so I just wanted to use that. So this basically takes depending upon the speed of your internet, so it gets your boilerplate code. Okay, so fine. So it's just downloading from remote registry. Okay, so it's done. All I can do is let me open this in our VS code. So I just wanted to open in here right away. So let me, once this is installed, I'll just open that. Okay, so now I want it to be opened. So let me just open in here this documents, YouTube, and this YouTube. Yeah. Okay, so I have opened this, and I want this terminal to be there, and let's just, so you can see we just have source and also this contents folder. So this is where actual the UI component of our main UI component of our application needs to set in, and these are just the options. We can just get rid of it, or depending on our need. I'm just going to remove these things eventually. Okay, so if you just wanted to see this, now we can do one thing. Run this in a dev mode, so it's going to give me the build folder with the so you can see it gave me build folder with the chrome mv3-dev. So if I just wanted to, so I'll just go to this chrome extensions, and over here you need to select this load unpacked. Okay, and just go to your documents, this YouTube folder, YouTube AI, and this build folder, this chrome version dev, and mv3 dev, and load this. So if I just now open this new tab. Okay, okay, so you can see this is the extension which we just created, and that's the thing that we are seeing. So if you see I can just show you that in the console as well. So hello world from so you wanted to see this. So if you see this part, this is coming from this options page. Okay, and that's the thing that we are seeing. Welcome to your uncrafted by, and all those things. Okay, so this is the default code that we have. So now I'm just going to need a tailwind css and other things to be installed. So I'm just going to open this docs, and I have an example for me. How do I install this Tailwind CSS. Okay, so this is the way for me to install. So all I have to do is install this dependencies, Tailwind CSS, post CSS and auto prefixer. So I can just open in here this new terminal and run this command. Okay, so we are installing this Tailwind CSS and the post CSS and auto prefixer. So we will see that that being installed. You can see Tailwind CSS and all installed. So once we have that installed, we need to run this command for us to create this uh, tailwind.config.js file. So let me add that. Okay, so it has created this one, so I'll just tweak that. Okay, and next we need to create this thing, post css dot config.json. Okay, so and also I'm just going to update this with whatever we have in here. So maybe I can just copy in here and later I'll just edit this. Okay, for now I'm just taking whatever is present in here, and also the post css part. Let's just create in here this new file. So let's post css dot config dot JSON JavaScript file. So I need to copy this part, so let me just copy this. Okay, fine. And in our style.css I'm going to remove this everything, so let me copy this. Okay, and now we should be able to use this Tailwind CSS. For us to do that, and also I'm just going to rename this everything. So let's just remove all of the things, and also before removing this part I'll come back to changing all those things. I just wanted to set up few things, and this shard scene I just wanted to be part of our application, so I'm just going to install that one too. So this is going to create this component .json file in our root location, and then we can let's wait for it to so would you like to use yes, and also style I'll just go for New York, and go with this CSS file. This is present in, I'm going to give this the style.css file that we have, and yes, I'm just going to so I'm just going to leave this blank, and this is the tailwind config file, and input alias for components, and for utils I'm just going to leave that as it is. Using React server components I'm just going to leave all to those default values. So now this is going to create this component dot JSON, and also this is going to add in this additional things that needed for our theme we choose. Okay, fine. So now we have these things created, the shard CN is added. Now we can just go ahead and add in the components as we need it. Fine, so now we have the Tailwind CSS, shard CN, and the default project. Now in here this content scripts, so I'm not going to talk about the jargon of this Plasmo. So if you guys went through the prerequisites, what is content scripts and all those things. So basically, to give you just a gist of content scripts, if you want some of your components to be injected into the DOM of the web page that you're viewing, okay, so then the content scripts comes into picture, and that's via using this content scripts we are supposed to do that. Okay, so in here I'm just going to rename this, so for my better understanding. So Plasmo, I'm just going to name this to be like main UI. So this is the main UI that we will be seeing on our YouTube domain or the page. Okay, in here, first thing, so there are few important things that you need to understand, so that I'm just going to show you in this documentation. So that's why I have added in here. So if I just this is the important concept in this Plasmo. So content scripts UI. Okay, so if you wanted to understand the gist of it, so in here, so if you want a first class support for mounting your React components into the current web page, then that's the concept of this content script UI. So this is going to help us inject this UI using any of the either React, Svelte or Vue. Okay, so to start injecting UI using React, so all we need to do is creating a content.tsx, export this as a default component, and then done, we should be good. But I'm this default is given, either we can do like that, creating content.tsx, but if you want to have a multiple content scripts, it's recommended to create a contents folder and then create a files in that. Okay, so in here I just rename this to plasmo main ui.ts. Okay, and here these are the important terminologies that we need. Okay, so what is this if I wanted to say in a simple terms? Anchor is what I'll be you will be mainly focusing on. So this is the thing which tells the content scripts UI how and where to mount our UI component that we are planning to see in our YouTube video. So if I just show you an example, so this is the ideally the YouTube page that we will be viewing. Okay, and the component or the extension UI that we wanted to see is somewhere like here. Okay, so first we need to know where to inject our component. For us to identify that where to inject, we need to take help of the DOM elements unique ID. So if I wanted to inject here, so if I see that, so if I just hover here, okay, so this is the ID, or just after this ID I am supposed to inject the component that I wanted to see. Only then we will be able to see what we wanted to see on this web page. Okay, so for that, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to create a const element, something like the element ID, after which I'll have to inject our component. So here let me create in here the const, something like I'm just going to name this as injected element ID. Okay, so this is going to be this unique identifier. You can see that the where is that? Okay, so this one, the secondary dot style hyphen scope dot ytt hyphen watch hyphen flexi. Okay, fine. So I'm just going to note that here in this constant variable, this style scope and ytd hyphen watch hyphen this flexi. Okay, so that's the id, and now this config. So basically this is going to help us tell to which web page we want this extension to be injected, okay, to be part of. So in this case our base domain is youtube.com. so here instead of this plasmo.com we need to create in here, add in here this youtube.com to all the pages that it's having, that's having the domain youtube.com will be injecting. So okay, so that's the config. Okay, so ideally if we are doing it in manifest.json, we will be adding in that, but this is going to help us create the manifest.json on its own. After this we need to find this anchor. So post this we need to add in our component. For us to find that anchor, there is clearly the example given in this life cycle. So if I just say that show you this, okay, so anchor, correct. So yeah, so this is the thing. So this is how we are supposed to get the inline anchor. So I'm going to write a simple function like they have recommended here: export const get inline this anchor, and this is going to be of type this Plasmo get inline anchor, and I'm making this as asynchronous function. Okay, and inside this we need to find here this element. So like we have in here the way to identify the elements, so using this injected element id. Okay, and now the insert position. So where do you want to insert? Okay, so that I can do this specify here after begin. Okay, fine. After that so what I'm trying to say is, so just inside after this div we will be injecting the whatever the logic of our UI on all those components right after this div. So that's the meaning of this. Okay, this anchor. Okay, and also there is one more so, and also it's clearly recommended how do you how they have understood the life cycle of it, and how they are creating a shadow DOM and all those things. You can just read this. It's pretty interesting. And also there is one more thing I need to do, so I'm just going to show you that. So which is, I'm just going to show you that. So let me just search for that. This is get a shadow yeah, so this one. So I'm going to add in this get shadow host ID. So if you see what's the usage of this, this is going to detect and optimize root container removal. So this is the problem, and to avoid that we are supposed to do it this way. So if you see, when a web page changes its DOM structure, the root container might be removed. For example, given an email client filled with inbox items and a content scripts UI injected in line and next to each item, when an item is detected, the root container will be removed as well. So to detect root container removal, the CS UI renderer compares each mounted container's root against the window.document object. Okay, so which is going to take a lot of time. So to optimize this to order of one time by complete this, it's recommended by exporting this get shadow host ID. Okay, so I'm just going to add in that export const this get shadow host ID. Okay, so and here this I'm just going to have this Plasmo inline. Okay, fine. And after this we need to export any default UI component from this. So in here I'm just going to remove this whatever we have, and let me just expand this so it doesn't need help of this and more. Okay, so in here let's just create one function. For now I'm just going to name this as the Plasmo main UI, and in here let's say we will create in the root all components that I need as part of this application. I'm going to create inside okay, so I'm going to create inside this components folder. Let's name for this as since it's an extension, I'm just going to create in here this extension dot tsx as the component. Okay, fine. And in that let's say for now simple component, let's just export the component as the extension. Okay, so export default function this extension. Okay, and in here I'm just going to for now return this and wrap this inside this main. and here I'm just going to have this as text as extension page. Okay, so now what I can do is go to this contents, and in here let's just import this extension component. Okay, what happened? Okay, so in here I need to import this extension. So this we can install this. I'm just going to import this extension. Okay, why is this? What's the problem? Okay, and I need to export in here this default component, which is the Plasmo main UI, but I'm still seeing in here the issue. Okay, this extension. Okay, where is this? This TS config, is it because of this? No, I don't think so. Okay, in here the paths I have to mention here, due to which the issue is here. I'm just going to add in this. Okay, and even after this, okay, so let's remove this and try to add in this extension. Okay, I'm still not able to. Let's just check this issue. Okay, the problem is this is not tsx file, this is TypeScript file, that's why we are seeing that issue. Okay, so and also I'm going to move this to the root folder. I just doesn't want this at the rate, so let's just move this to a root folder, and then I can just delete that. So let me just delete these things. Okay, fine. So now we are good to go, and also we have this, yeah, this extension is also repacked, and now we are just targeting this youtube.com. And if I just open this, let me maximize this part. Okay, so in here first thing, okay, today I'm fine. Okay, so here first let me go to this extension, and yeah, it's reloaded, and then we'll be targeting to this, and you will see that you see there is some issue, so very I'll take care of this issue in just a while. Okay, fine. So first let's, and also here we have this styling two places. So in here I'm just going to remove this the file. Okay, so just delete the style.css, and also the now I'm just going to change this to source style.css. That's the file we'll ask it to refer to. Okay, and now in the there is one more thing to do in here. We need to import the style.css into this, and also we need to append to the styling of our application to the web page of this youtube.com. so we need to do it this way. So this first, as I said, we are going to import this in styling. So I'm going to import this as a CSS text, okay, and this data text, okay, and here this is how we are supposed to import the styling. So if you wanted to see that, you can just refer this one. So and first thing, yeah, you can see here, this is how we are supposed to import the style sheet. So now we have the CSS text. So now I'm going to write a one function which is used to get the CSS style of the extension, okay. So just below this I can just write that function. So let's name the same as the export const get style. And here first base font size I want, let's just set this to 12, okay. And let's have some variable which will have this updated CSS text. So this we can use the CSS text dot. What I'm going to do, so I'm just going to replace this whatever we have this root with this host of this the Plasmo CSUI, okay, fine. And so let me close this, okay. So this one, so you can just refer to that in this doc. So just I'm just replacing this root with this host Plasmo CSUI. After that, let me just get this regex, okay. So here let's, okay, so here I'm just going to get this rem regex. Once I get that, I'm just going to replace that. So with this, let's just replace the rem regex pattern whatever we have with this. Let's have this callback function, this match and rem value, and in here this pixels we are going to change this to the size that we want, that is this rem value, okay, multiplied by this base font size. And here we are just going to return these pixels, okay, in this pixel. So here this pixels, fine. So this is how we are going to modify this text size and all. So once we modify, and I'm just going to get this style object. So by using this, let's create this style element, okay. So using this document.create element, like they have showcased in here, this create element, okay. So style, and after this we need to set this text content, whatever we have this updated CS text, and I'm just going to return this style, okay. So this now will have this it's going to help us the get the CSS style of our extension, okay. So fine. And yeah, this is the main UI, and all we need to do is now go and try developing the okay, there is still an issue which I will take care. You will see these issues for a while, okay, fine. And now let's go to this extension component, and in here first thing I wanted to let's do one thing. For now, let's just have this collapsible component from the Shardcn. So I'm just going to add in that. So let's say shall see incorrect. So here the collapsible, so let me search for that. So here is the thing. Okay, so this one I'm just going to add this collapsible component. So it's going to create this UI folder in this components and add this. Yeah, so now we have this collapsible component, and I just wanted to use this in our extension file. And also the styling, let's just try to do some styling here. First thing is, let me make this as the antilized, okay, and give this width as a full, and margin bottom 3, and let's have this z index 10, so that it will be on top of that. And later we can just set the extension theme black or all things, we can just change that later. Okay, and inside this let's have this this collapsible wrapped inside this div, which will have this width of full. So here let's say the collapsible component, okay, and this styling, let's say I'm going to give the space in the y direction 3, okay, and the here we will try to show the extension actions related details. For now I'm just going to say this as the extension actions. Okay, so if I just refresh this.
Okay, today I'm going to talk about how to succeed with a startup. Obviously more than can be said here in 20 minutes, but I will do the...
Okay, so you can see here there is an extension page here. Okay, that's the thing that we have. So if I just hover here, go to this, and you can see just let me just minimize this. So this is the thing that we targeted. Yeah, the secondary dot style scope dot UITD watch flexi. So right after this we have this Plasmo CES UI and ID. If you just see this is the ID that we are assigning it to this Plasmo CES UI, and okay, fine, and here inside this I have this extension page and all. So this needs to be changed. Okay, so which we will start.
Today I'm going to talk about how to succeed with a startup. Obviously more than can be said here in 20 minutes, but I will do.
So you can see extension action. So now instead of this extension actions, we will start building the actual components that are needed for us to see on this UI part. Okay, maybe I can just minimize this. I just showed you what I wanted to show in the elements console. Okay, and also let me just increase this a bit so that we can see in here. Okay, so before even that I wanted to have a context for our extension. So basically I just wanted to store the values like whether extension is open or not, and what's the video ID that we are currently having our extension next to, and the extension data, the theme, whether it's loading or not. All this we will try to create a context using our React context API, and then wrap our whole root components under this provider. Okay, so quickly let's just create the new folder for context. Okay, so just for a context, and same way like whatever it's needed for us, we will create a context for each of them. So first I will create the context for this extension. So extension context.tsx. Okay, so I'm not going to show anything now on the UI part, so I can just minimize this. So in here, as I said, so first let's try to create a interface for what I wanted to store as part of this extension state. Okay, So in first thing, the extension container. So here I'm just going to let's say this type, it's going to be any, okay, and then whether the extension is open or not. Let's say this is going to be this extension open, and the boolean, the theme for our extension. So this is going to be either string or null, so I'm just going to give this two types for this, and whether the extension is loading or not, this is the boolean variable again, and the extension panel, which is going to be the string, and the video id for this extension. So this is again going to be extension, and finally the data. So this is what we'll be storing as part of this extension state, and I'm just going to create an initial state. Default values, will just assign a default value so that we can pass on to our create context. Okay, so here this initial state, let's say the extension, this is going to be of type extension state, and inside this, so it's going to throw us the error because we need to assign the values for all of them. First, the extension container, so let's just set this null value, and extension is open or not. Initially I'm just going to set this to false. The theme also, let me just set this to null. Is loading also, we are just going to set it to false. Extension panel, so this panel, so you will understand why this was added. So if you recall, in our previous video, in my preview video, we had a three panels, one for summary, one for transcript, one for chatting. Okay, that's the this variable is for to keep track of on which panel we are currently viewing. By default, I'm just going to give this value as the summary. You can better write the code by maintaining enums for each panel, but I'm just going to give it this way. And extension video id, so this is going to be in a empty string. Extension data, this is also, let's say just give the null for this. Okay, fine. And for extensions actions also, I'm going to create an interface. So this is the interface. I'm just going to name this as the extensions action. So you already saw the what actions we could have on this. First is setting this all the callback functions to update this value. So it is going to be pretty self-explanatory. Set extension container, so container is going to be of type any, and here this void. Okay, and then the function which is going to update whether extension is open or not is open. Okay, and this is going to be a boolean, and this callback function. So quickly, let's just write this for all of the variables that we are trying to maintain as part of this state. Okay, so this is going to be this. Fine, and now this extension loading, this is going to have this boolean as the input for this callback function. Okay, and then setting the value for the current panel that we are viewing, which is going to receive the panel string. It can be a transcript, a summary, or the chart. Then the setting the extension video id, and here this is going to receive the video id. Maybe let's just maintain one format. Okay, fine. And then the data, so this data, it's going to be of type any. Okay, you'll know why this I'm maintaining. Eventually I'll tell you that. Okay, fine. And then the function to reset whole extension. So fine. So these are the actions that we could perform to get the or update the values of these variables. Okay, so fine. And now the extension for our overall I mean the definition for our overall extension context. I'm just going to define the interface for that, and this is going to be just the combination of that about two interfaces, which we can just extend by this extension state, this extension actions. Okay, so this is going to be thing, and we are going to create this extension context object, extension context, using our create context API from this React. Okay, and this is going to be of type this extension context. Okay, so or this undefined. Okay, so yep, fine. Now we can just export a use extension hook where we can use in our components. So let me just create a function called this use extension, and in here I'm just going to get this context object by using this use context hook and passing on this extension context object. Okay, and here I'm just going to specify we have no context. I'm just going to throw this error saying that the use extension something like must be used within this extension provider. Okay, fine, and we are going to return this context. Fine, this is the hook that we can use in other components. And now okay, so we need to create an extension provider function, and where we can return the extension context provider. Okay, so that we can wrap the components in which we wanted to use these values. So for that I'm just going to create in here this function called this extension provider. Okay, so for this also we'll be passing on the childs, which is going to be React nodes again. So that's where we can use this value. So let's have this interface for that too. So let's say this is going to be extension provider props children. This is going to be of type this react dot react node basically react components. Okay, fine, and in here I'm just going to provide a destructure this children from above interface, this extension provider props, and in here we need to just create a use state variables for all of the values that we wanted to maintain. So first let's have this use state for our extension container. So I can just give in here this type for this specify and initially whatever we have in our initial state, I'm just going to pass on those values, and here this extension container and this set extension container. Okay, so this is one variable. So like this we need to create a variables for all of the above values. Okay, and here this is going to be this extension is open. Let me quickly have this extension is open, then set extension is open. Okay, fine, and then the theme. So here extension theme set extension theme, and this is going to be of type either string or null, and I'm just going to pass on this default value. So that's for theme. And for loading now, so this extension loading set extension loading, and here this is going to be of type boolean. So this is just guys, all just initializing the values for our variables. Okay, and then next the panel value, set extension panel. Okay, and in here this use state, which is going to be of type string. Okay, and here I'm just going to pass on this default value, and I think we have to set for video ID and then the data. Okay, so here this extension video ID, and then the function which is going to help me update this value, set extension video ID. Okay, so again this one is going to be of a type a string, and the default we are just going to pass on the default values. And finally this data, the extension data, set extension data. Okay, and this is going to be of type any, so this I'm just going to pass on this extension data. Okay, now the state variable that we want we have created, and now we need to export this as a one single object, and also quickly let's pass on these values to our providers. Okay, so fine, so this is how I'm just going to create one single object. Okay, so by just having this value, so I can just create, okay, is open loading panel theme. Okay, and the video ID. Okay, and the other functions which is going to help me set those, data is open, okay, loading panel theme, and ID. Okay, fine. And also we wanted to reset the value. So reset in the sense we just wanted to set back to the default value. So I'm just going to create one function in here. Let's just name this as something like reset extension. So in here all we are going to do is we are just going to pass on this default value that we had as part of our initial state. So let's just make use of all these callback functions, which is going to help me update this respective variables. Okay, so here initial state dot is open. Okay, and then the other things I can just set to the default values, panel. Okay, and theme, and finally this video ID. Okay, so this is the reset extension function, so I need this also, so I'm just going to pass on this to value object. And finally what we have to do is just return this and pass on this to providers. Okay, so here this values, so that we can use inside this children which will be wrapped in under this provider. Okay, what's this issue? Okay, this set extension container. Did I miss anything? Okay, let's set extension container. Okay, where's the definition? Okay, I just misspelled this. Okay, so here. Okay, fine. So now we have this context provider for our extension, and I'm just going to create a root provider where we can wrap all these things. so it's better if I just create inside this components itself. So I'm not focusing on organizing the files in a better file structure. You can just do that. Okay, so here let's just create here there as something like root provider. So I'm just going to name this as a providers, and we are going to receive in here this children as the props for this component, and we are going to wrap on the children that will be receiving inside our context provider, so that we can use these values inside those children's. So here this extension providers, and all I'm going to do is wrap this children inside this. Okay, fine. And this one, now we need to go in here, and here instead of just calling this provide extensions, we need to import this providers, and this will be the children for this. Okay, so this is how I will
Okay, today I'm going to talk about how to succeed with a startup.
So this is how I will be. So basically, yeah, fine. So that is still the it as extension actions. We'll focus on that now. So fine. So every time I reload this is going to use the chrome.runtime.reload function, the runtime APIs to reload this thing. That's why we are seeing this reloading, and so that we can see this action. So kind of there is a linking WebSocket open listening, so that as soon as we save this, we see that changes here by reloading this web page. Okay, fine. So jumping on to this extension, and now this collapsible, inside that we need to create a few components which we can see at least in the UI part. Okay, so for that now I wanted to use these values that we created inside our extension provider in this component. So you'll understand now the importance of each variable or value that we created inside that provider. Okay, so first let me get those values using our this extension hook. Okay, and all like, what's the problem? uh okay, so this one, it shouldn't be typed, so that's the reason I'm receiving issue. Okay, so here I'm just going to get this all things that I need. Okay, so and the values, like the theme is open or not, and video ID. Okay, fine.
Okay, today I'm going to talk about how to.
So maybe I'm just going to mute this. Okay, so that even on reload we doesn't hear the sound. Okay, fine. And here what I need to do is, first thing, as soon as we see this component is mounted, I wanted to first get the extension theme value and set that into our variable using our set extension theme callback function. Okay, so that one, how I can do is so let's import this use effect hook, and in here we can just console just to see if this is getting triggered or not, something like which fetches the theme and all. So I'm just going to create in your function called get css variable. So this is going to be the callback function with the one input param name string. Okay, so this root style, we can get this using this function which I'm going to write, kind of, let's say get computed style by passing on this document dot document element. Okay, and here I'm just going to return this root style dot get property of value by passing on this name, and I'm just going to trim if there is any spaces. Okay, so this is going to give me the CSS variable, and I can just stop that video. And now here this using that, I'm just going to get this background color. So this background color we can get this by passing on, and if you see here, I'm just going to show you in here the thing that we need is, so let me again pass this. Okay, so in here the name is, this is the name YT spec base background. Okay, so fine. So if you wanted to just see in here, I'm just going to console in here, uh, let's say fetches theme. So if I just show you the console, you can see the fetches theme is printed here, and in here it's going to get me whether that's the black color or the white color. So depending on that, so let me again pass this. So you can just find this in this. Okay, I think I already showed you that how to find the elements. Okay, so here in after this, what we need to do is we need to just check if this is matching to the white color. Okay, if that is the case, the extension theme, I'm just going to set the value into that as the light. Okay, fine. Else we are going to set that to dark. So set extension theme, and here I need to call only once. Okay, fine. So this is how we try to get the value into our extension theme. Fine. And if there is no extension theme, I'm not going to render anything, so I'm just going to return null. Okay, and also now we need to get the data of the video, and also get the video ID and all those things. So that will be varying based upon the ID that the user is viewing, nothing but based upon the video that the user is viewing. So again, that can also be done using the use effect, but it's the dependency will be the extension video ID. So this is how it's going to be. So use effect, and inside this the dependency is going to, only on changing of this value we will be triggering the logic that will be wrapped inside this use effect. Okay, so here inside this, first thing what I'm going to do is try to get this video ID. How do we get this video ID? It's going to be simple. We are going to use the root the browser URL. Okay, so this is how I'll be getting. I'm just going to write this function called get video ID, and all we are going to do is I'm just going to return this URL search params by passing in this window dot location dot origin this search. Okay, and I'm just going to get for this, which is going to return the first value associated to the given search parameter. So if I just see you this, so this is the value that I will be getting as part of the get video ID. So that is the video ID that we want. Okay, so once we have that ID, so this function is going to return me that. Now we can fetch the video data. So this is how I can do that, fetch video data. Again, I'm just going to make this as asynchronous function, and in here we'll try to get the video data using this ID. Okay, first let's collect this id in this variable by storing into id variable, and here if this id is not null, okay, and id is not equals to the whatever the current value that we are storing in our extension video id, okay, then I'm just going to update the current extension video id to our the id that I got, and also the loading part I'm just going to set it to true, so that indicating that I'm trying to make a asynchronous call to get the video data. And this is how we'll be getting this data. For to get the data, what I'm going to do, I'm going to write a one function kind of which can give me the uh, let's say the details about the video. So it's going to be simple. So those kind of functions, it's better if I wrap that inside a common utils folder where we can use across other sections that we want. So what I will do is, let me create in here this root folder, this util folder, and in here I'm just going to create in here this simple functions.ts file, okay, and in here I'm just going to create a function called get video data, and we will try to write a logic inside that. So this is going to be simple. So what I'm going to do is, let's just quickly write a function which is going to be asynchronous, and let's name this as the get video data. Okay, so and here this is going to receive an id as an input param for this, and I'm just going to create in here the player as the variable, and let's just get this initial player response. So this is how we are going to get, and I'm just going to ignore this type for now. Okay, fine. So if we don't have this player, or this id is not equals to this player dot this video details dot video id, then I'm going to perform the logic handling inside this. Okay, so here first let's get this page data. We are going to use this the base url, which is going to be this youtube.com. okay, and call this watch endpoint, and here the query param for the video, it's going to be the id that we'll be receiving as part of input for this function. Okay, so this is going to give me the page data. After I get the page data, so let's get this body using this page data dot next text. Okay, fine. And now the players response match. Okay, for us to get that, so we need to prepare a regex to pass the player's response from the page when the transcript is not available on the window. Okay, so I'm just going to create a constant variable for that. Okay, so here let me just name this as tube this initial player response regular expression. Okay, so here this is going to be this yt, this initial player response is okay. So this is the format. Okay, so I'm just going to give you this in the description. You can just use the same. Okay, so let me add on this pattern. Okay, so this is going to be the initial player response regular expression. Now so I can just store this inside this player response match. Okay, and using this body dot match and pass on this the regular expression. Okay, so if this did not match, then I'm just going to just console that unable to parse this player's response. Okay, and then we can just return from this function. If that's not the case, we can just get the player by just parsing this JSON. So that is this player's response match of this one. Okay, fine, and I can just create an object in here. So I'm just going to name this as the metadata, where the details that we want as part of this video we are going to store in here. First the title, so which is going to be this player dot video details dot title. Okay, and then the duration, player dot video details dot this length seconds, and author, I'm just going to get that author details using this video details dot. You can just refer to YouTube data API docs to see what properties that it's going to return. Okay, fine, and here this player dot this video details dot view count. Fine, so this is the metadata and I'll be collecting into a metadata object. And now if we have this captions or not, so this is how we can just check that. So if players dot captions and player dot captions dot this player captions track list renderer. Okay, so that's when we are assured that captions exist. So that is this player captions track list renderer. Okay, fine, and now we are going to get this tracks first. So caption tracks, so player dot captions, I can just minimize this part. Okay, so here this player captions track list renderer dot this caption tracks. So this is going to give me the tracks, and once I have the tracks, so we are just going to ensure that it's not null, and also the tracks dot length is greater than 0. Okay, and then we can just sort this based upon the language code and all those things. Okay, so to have a util function which is going to help me to sort tracks by a priority, I can do this. So let me write a simple function in here. So let me name this as the function compare tracks. Okay, so compare tracks, and we are going to pass on this track 1 and track 2 things. And here first let's try to get this language code using this track 1 dot this language code. Okay, and here this language code 2 for this track 2. Okay, so once we have this language code, so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to check if the code is the English. So if the both if first language code is English, and if this is not equals to English, okay, so I'm just going to return this as -1, so indicating this English comes first. Okay, So okay, I did a mistake here. Fine. And here the other check, so else if it's the opposite, the same thing I can just, if this is not equals to English and this is equals to English, so we are just going to return -1. Again, this is English comes first. Okay, and now if the track kind is not ASR, first track and the second track is kind of ASR, then non-ASR comes first. Okay, so this one I can do it this way. This track one dot kind, if this is not equals to this ASR, okay, and this track 2 dot kind is equals to ASR, then I can return -1. So again, this indicates that non ASR comes first, and the same thing, just the vice versa. If the track 1 kind is ASR and track 2 kind is not equals to ASR, this is what it's going to be. Here I need to reverse this. Okay, fine. Yep. Okay, and else this I'm just going to return 0. So kind of preserve order if both have the same priority. So you can just comment in here and write something like English comes first, and here as well. So this, and here this non-SR comes first. Okay, so I'm just commenting for better understanding. Okay, fine, and this is to preserve order. Okay, so now we have the function where we can try to compare, and this one we can just sort in here by just passing on this function which we just above. Okay, and here I'm just going to get this transcript response by calling this URL, so that is the tracks of 0 dot this base URL. Okay, and appending this with the FMT format that I want, so which is going to be this JSON 3. Okay, so this is going to give me the transcript, and I can collect this transcript inside this transcript variable by getting the JSON response. Okay, and all I can do is return this metadata and then the transcript. So this is how we'll get the metadata on transcript. Okay, and if that's not the case, we don't have a caption, so I'm just going to return this metadata, and then transcript I'm just going to set it to null. Fine, so this is going to give me this video data, and I can just go ahead and use this in this extensions component. Okay, so now in this extensions component we can just import the function which is going to be video data, and I'm just going to pass on this ID. We can just console the data to just confirm, so I'm just going to do that. Okay, so something like this, and here we will try to console the actual data. Okay, fine, and here we are going to set this to extension data, so that's going to be actual data for video. So now you understood the purpose of that extension data variable, and the loading we need to set back that to false. Okay, fine, and now this function has to be called in here, this fetch video data, and we can just try to have this interval ID, so that for fetching the video data. So here this, I'm just going to pass on this and give here 2 seconds. Okay, fine, and we can just clean up on mounting here. So that is this clean interval, and I'm just going to pass on this interval ID. Fine, so this is going to help me get this. I can just show you that. So if I just show you in console, so you say this data, and this is the object, and we have this metadata, SAML plan, how to this title, that's the title, and the duration, the author, and all those things, and the transcript that we got, the events, so where you saw here. So this is the data that we want related to our transcripts and all those things. So you can just see this. I'm going to show you that in a while. Okay, while I will be building the component for that. Okay, so this is the transcript that we got, and now I can just remove that, the printing. Okay, so this logic of getting the data of the video that we are currently using is getting. So we have that, and we and also I like to set the reference for this main, the using this set extension container, the just to maintain a reference to our main div. That's why we had this variable container. Okay, and also we can just apply the theme depending upon the value that we'll be receiving in our extension theme, based upon black or white. Okay, and this one we need to open depending upon the value that we have in our extension is open or not. So that I can do using this. So extension is open, and also on open change I can just set this callback function called set extension is open. Okay, fine. So fine, now we can based upon this value present in this extension is open, we will be able to collapse and
Most important thing, the number one lesson we try to teach startups.
let me just refresh this. Okay, fine. Oh, the style is affected, so yep, now it's cool. So let me just mute this. Okay, so now we will focus on this extension actions component. So that what I'm going to do, like we created a separate component for our extension, we will create a separate component for our extension actions. So inside this components folder itself, let me just create in here this extension actions. So basically this is nothing but the component where we had a 3 buttons for our panels to open. One is the summary, transcript, and chart. That is the component this is for. Okay, so here let's just create this default component and export this. I'm just going to call this as extension actions. Okay, and here I'm not going to have any props sent to this component. Okay, and fine. So let's focus on UI part. Okay, and then we will see that in action. So in here let's create the icon for our okay, so before going to the icon, I just wanted to first see that in UI part what I can do in here is first let me add in the button component from this shard.cn. So let's just search for this button. Okay, so here let me just copy this p and pm. Okay, and we'll just add in this. button, and then I'm just going to use this here. Let's just try to wrap this in one div, and I'm just going to make this as a flex, and also let's justify this as the center, and also items I'm just going to center them, and the space in the x direction let's have a 2. And in here let's again wrap these three buttons inside this flex, and each I'm just going to give the negative space in the x direction 1 pixel. Okay, fine. So first button I'm just going to have in here, I'm just going to import this. Okay, and here I'm just going to wrap inside this span, and let's say I'm just going to say here a summary. We will worry about styling on all those part later. So first let's see that in action. So I'm just going to maximize this. Now instead of this extension actions, let's go in here, and I'm just going to import this extension actions component instead of this extension actions text. So here let's say this is the component, and again it's going to load again. Okay, so ideally should be able to see that. What is it we had it? Okay, let me just rerun this server. Okay, so we are rerunning this server, and okay, did repack. Thing is, why am I seeing this extension actions? Okay. Hmm. Okay, I'm just going to remove that, and we'll try to load that again. Okay. Okay, so now let me just load it again. Yeah, so this is the one. Okay, now let me go in here, try to refresh it. Okay, fine. Yeah, now we are seeing this summary button. So likewise I need to add in the three buttons, so one for summary, other for transcript, and other for the chat. Okay, so let's just copy these three things. Okay, and I'm just going to minimize this because we're going to focus on completing this component thing. Okay, so the second one, it's going to be the transcript. Okay, and the third one, this is going to be the chart. Okay, so you can see that the three buttons. Okay, now I need to style these things. For styling, first let's try to give a border for our main div. So here I'm just going to have in here this border. Okay, fine. And also let's have this border color as zinc, let's say 200. And after that let's add this rounded medium. Okay, and let's make this as a flex, and items I'm just going to center them and justify. Let's apply this as a between, so that they will be okay. And I'm just going to add in the padding, let's say padding of 2.5. okay, and in the x direction let's just add more padding. Okay, and also the background color, if it's a dark, I'm just going to have a different background color. So let's say okay, fine. And also the text color, we are going to have this white color if it's a darker. Okay, and border color also, I'm just going to have this zinc 800 if it's a darker thing. Okay, fine. So that's the just border, and now we'll try to style this three buttons. So this one, what I can do is for this button, so let me apply in here this variant as the outline. Okay, so yep, and I'll style this. So let's just apply this variant outline for remaining buttons as well, and even in here. Okay, so fine, and now on click I'll come back. So first the styling part, let's have this rounded on the right side, none. Okay, and the focus, I just wanted the Z index applied on focusing. So that is if I uh, okay, fine. And the background, let's apply this transparent color, and also the space in the x direction, let's say 2. Okay, and in here just below this pen, I'm just going to add in here this pencil icon with the height and width as 4. Okay, and opacity, let's just set it to 60, just indicating that writing a summary and all that icon. Okay, and now here this space, so the space between this icon and this text, that's the space for. And let's just center the items, so I can just do that like this. Okay, and now the on click part, what we need to do is, and also we can just apply the opacity for this too. So let's say opacity of 90. Okay, fine. And now the on click functionality on this button. So what we need to do is we need to update our extension panel value. So here we need to update that using this set extension. So that again I need to use the use extension hook. So we can just use that in here, this use extension hook, and not the type. And here I can have this set extension panel. Okay, fine. And here I can just set this extension panel the value to the summary. Okay, and again if this extension, so that also I need to get this from here, extension is open or not. So if this extension is not open, then I need to set this extension open to or true. So again that we need to get this from this extension provider is open to or true, so that we can see that summary section. Okay, fine. And yeah, that's the on click functionality. And also in here, okay, I'll add some icon for now, or let's say just one icon. So I can do like this. So uh, for now I'm just going to add in this icon. We'll just change it to other icon later. and height and width I'm just going to set it to 6, and opacity let's just set it to 50, and the margin left. So here I just added okay, and after this again I need to, so what I can do is I can just copy this. Now we will just change the text of each button. Okay, so here this is going to be the transcript. So and here as well I need to just set this to transcript. Okay, and this one to chart, and here as well I need to set this to chart. Okay, so yeah, now we have, and also the icons needs to be changed. Instead of the pencil icon for transcript, what I can do is let's use this activity log icon, and for this chat one I am just going to use this chat bubble icon. Okay, so fine, the icons are reflected and we have this. Right after this I'm just going to have the options to share it, or else the button to kind of collapse the panels. Okay, so that we can just wrap inside this div, and just going to make this as a flex and items to center, then have the space in the x direction. Okay, and we can do that by wrapping inside this tooltip wrapper. That again I can just import this using this uh, Shartsian. Okay, so what I can do is first we need to install this tooltip. So let me just install this in here. So let me add in this. Once we have add this tooltip, and I'm just going to create a tooltip wrapper inside this UI folder itself. So let me just create in here. So in here we'll just expect the children and text as input for this component, and I'm just going to wrap the text and children inside this tooltip provider. Okay, so you'll just understand now. So this, let's just say this is going to be this tooltip wrapper. Okay, so the children and the text we will be sending as a props to this component, and in here I'm just going to wrap everything inside this tooltip provider which we just installed, and here this tooltip thing and the trigger point. Okay, so here this trigger as this child, this children. Okay, fine, and in here this tooltip content which is going to be the text. I'm just going to wrap this inside this p tag. Okay, fine, so that's the wrapper, and now we can go to this extension actions. So here if we wanted to see this, okay, so I can just yeah, just minimize this, and now inside this I'll just pass this video, and in the actions component now we can import this provider. So here this tooltip provider. Okay, and the text that oh sorry, the tooltip wrapper, the component name, the text that will be passing on is the copy video URL. Okay, and now inside this the children. So it's going to be the button variant. I'm just going to set this to outline, and the size, let's say this icon size. Okay, and on click, all I'm going to do is we need to copy this video URL. Better if I write that as the util function. Okay, so or else I can do one thing, I can just write here the copy URL. But what we need to do is we need to copy whatever the value is present in here. So in here we need to use a navigator clipboard API. So that let's do one thing, and also we need to change the icon based upon whether the user has clicked, indicating that this is copied, and then after a, let's say after 2 seconds, we need to change back the icon to thing. So we will write a hook for that. Say common hooks inside our what do you say, a library folder. So let me just create in here this hooks so folder, and inside that I'm just going to create a new file called use copy to clipboard. So this one, use copy to clipboard. Okay, and this is going to be a component. So this is going to be simple. We have written this in multiple projects which we have done. So I'm just going to first define this interface, so which is going to be this use copy to clipboard. So this is I'm just going to minimize this for a while. Okay, so copy to clipboard props, and this is going to receive the timeout or the optional. By default I'm just going to set it to 2 seconds, something like that. Okay, and here let's just create this function which is use copy to clipboard. Okay, so in here, as I said, the timeout prop, so I'm just going to set in here the default value to 2 seconds, 2000 milliseconds, and this is going to be this. Okay, and here we're just going to maintain this local variable is copied. So set is copied, and here I'm just going to set the initial value to false. Okay, once I have that, okay, so all we need to do is we need to create one function, this copy to clipboard, and we need to return these two values from this hook. So here this is going to be this value string. If this type of window is undefined, or there is no this navigator dot clipboard dot write text. Okay, so then I'm just going to return from here, and also if there is no value also, I'm just going to return it. Now that's not the case, we're just going to get the value, write the value using this navigator clipboard API, the value, and then I'm just going to, after use this set is copied to true, then use this set timeout. Okay, and after let's say 2 seconds, we are just going to set this back to false. Okay, so here this timeout, this is going to be the value, and finally what we are going to do from this hook is just return the value present in this uh, is copied, and then the function copy to clipboard. Okay, fine, and now we can just make use of this inside this extension actions. I'm just going to import this thing. Okay, so here this const let's say use copy to clipboard, and timeout I'm just going to set the value to 2000, and here let me just get this is copied and copy to clipboard from this what's the issue. Okay, Okay, I still understand why it's it importing it as a type. Okay, fine. So fine, and now I'm just going to write the function to copy this video URL. So this is going to be something like copy video URL. Okay, and here if is copied, I'm not going to do anything else. I'm just going to pass on this window dot location dot href as the value that needs to be copied. Okay, so this needs to be called on click of this button. So what I can do is I'm just going to call that function. Okay, fine. So this is the button, and inside this we need to change the icon based upon this is copied value. So if that is the case, I'm just going to have show this check icon, and the styling for this, let's say height and width, I'm just going to set it to 4.5 initial as the size for this icon, and opacity, let's just give 60 as the opacity for this icon. Okay, fine. And if it is not so, we are going to show this link to icon, and the styling I can just give the same styling as the above icon, so I can just copy that. Okay, fine. So that's the button, so you can just see that here in action. Okay, I'll show that. So sometimes we need to reload this. Okay, fine. So after this, the button to toggle the panel, so this is going to be wrapped inside this collapsible trigger. So in here I'm just going to wrap this inside this button variant. I'm just going to set this to outline, and the size it's going to be icon. Okay, and the icon, this is going to be, I'm just going to use this caret sort icon. Okay, and the styling height, same thing, whatever we have in here I can just use the same. Okay, so I need to close this. So this is the extension actions component. Okay, so we're not seeing that because I need to reload this. So okay, I'm just going to remove this. Okay, and load again. Let me load this. Go to this video, refresh this. Yeah, you can see there is so copy the tooltip, copy video URL, and this is to toggle and all. So if I just, you can see after 2 seconds we'll see this back again. So if I just go to the new thing and a copy, so this is what it's copied. So that's the logic, it's working. So here now this extension, so I think I can minimize this. We'll worry about styling later. Okay, so this extension actions component is okay. So if I go back here to this extension component, we need to uh, now focus on the content for each panel. Okay, so that what I can do, we need to wrap that inside the collapsible content component. Okay, and I'll just give the styling for that later. So to have the content showcased for each panel that we are selecting, we will again segregate that into separate component, kind of, let's say extension panels or so. Okay, so let me just create a new file for that extension panels. Okay, I'm just going to quickly show you that in action. Export default of function, this I'm just going to name this as extension panels. Okay, nothing, no props I'll be sending. Okay, and all I need is the value of the extension panel. So based upon that, I'll be showcasing the component which will be having values related to that particular panel. Okay, so we are going to import this use extension, so not the type, and here this extension panel value. So for now I'm just going to wrap this inside a div. So here if this extension panel value is equals to summary, okay, then I'm just going to show these values. For now we will focus on building individual components for each of them. So what I can do is just copy the same and do the same for remaining two values. So here this is going to be this transcript, and the value, it's the transcript, and this is going to be the chat. Okay, and the chat. Okay, so if I just in here I need to use that which is the extension panels. Okay, so here I need to, okay, so if I just press this, yeah, you see the summary and the transcript and chat. Okay, so now we have this three things, and here I need to style that. What I can do first, let's style the core collapsible content part. So this one, what we will do is, let's just first make this width as a full. Okay, I'm just going to make this width as a full, so, and also height, let's just apply the fit. Okay, and the max height, what we can do is go for this 500 pixel. Okay, and also let's add the border color, and border color I'm just going to add in this searching of let's say 200, and this rounded medium corners, and overflow I'm just going to apply this auto. So now let's try to see. Okay, there is this border added. Okay, fine. So now we need to focus on building the component for each panel. First the summary, then the transcript, and then for the chat part. Okay, so we will focus on each component now. First, I'll try to build a summary components, and then we'll move on to transcript and chat components accordingly. So I can just minimize this. I doesn't want it to show much there. Okay, fine. And so in this component, so let's create a new file for a summary. So I'm just going to name this as a summary.tsx, and in here let's just create a default component which is just going to, I'm just going to name this as the summary. Here this summary. Okay, and for now I'm not going to send any props to this, and in here like a wise, this component is going to have an actions and also the content that will be showcasing. So it's better if I again split that into different components so that it will be properly segregated. Okay, so first let's create an actions for summary. I'm just going to create in here for actions for summary actions dot tsx, and in here let's create the component for actions, export default functions summary actions, and even for this I'm not going to send any props for now. And like we maintained a provider for extension, we need to maintain a state for this summary as well. kind of storing a summary prompt, whether it's generating the summary or not, what model did the user select to generate the summary, and the summary content that we got from the model, and the functions to set summary prompt and a model and generating the summary functions and all. So we already have a here the context folder. So I'm going to create a new context for summary. So let's just create in here this new file for summary. So summary context, I will create the provider for summary, and then we'll come back to the summary actions file. Okay, so here this is going to be context for summary. So first I need to define the definition for this context. So let's name this as summary context interface. So like I said, the summary model, which is going to be of type model. So this I can uh, create separate types in our let's say in library. So I'm just going to create in here the new file for the constant. So I'm just going to create this type for model in this. So let me just create a type for model, where I'm just going to have the value for this and a string value, the label, which is going to be again string, the content string, and the icon. Okay, so this will be the definition for the model. Okay, so I'm just going to give in here the type of the summary model as the model. Okay, so in the next we are going to have a the callback function, which is going to update this set summary model. Here I'm just going to and in here this is going to be a callback function, and the summary prompt, like I just mentioned before, and this is going to be of type of prompt, and this also I'm just going to create a type for a prompt in this constants. Okay, so for this what I can do, this is all again going to have a value, label, and content. So let's just define the type for that too. So type prompt, and value is going to be of type string, label, this is again going to be of type string, the content, it's going to be a string. Okay, so this is the type, and all I can do is mention the this type, it's going to be prompt. Fine, and the function to set that, set a summary prompt, which it's going to have the prompt as the input. Okay, and return type void summary content, which is going to be a string, or it can be null as well, and then set summary content, we are going to receive content, which is going to be of type string or null as the input for this. Okay, and the next whether we receive any error while we are trying to get this summary. So this is going to be a boolean, then I'm just going to set, so maybe you will see what kind of errors we might get. It can be a token length limit exceeding, and all those kind of errors we might get. Okay, so here set summary error, this is going to be a boolean, then the loading indication is summary generating, so this is going to store that value, summary is generating, which is going to be a boolean, and the set summary is generating the function, which is going to update the above variable, this is going to be a boolean. Okay, fine, and finally the function which is going to help me generate the summary, and this is going to receive an event of type any. Okay, fine. And written type what. Fine, so this is the summary context, and now I'm just going to create the summary context object like we did for the extension summary context using the create context API from this React. Okay, fine. And I'm just going to provide in here, this is going to be either summary context or undefined. Initially I'm just going to set the undefined, and we are going to export the use summary hook, so we can use in our components, and using the use context API. So here const context, and let's use this use context, and here I'm just going to pass in the above summary context. And if we are trying to use this context in the components where we have not wrapped the provider in, we are going to throw this error, this use summary must be used within the summary provider. Okay, fine. So if that is not the case, I'm just going to return context from this function so that it can be used in our components. Okay, so now we'll have to write the provider. So this one, let's just name this as the summary provider, and here this is going to receive children. I can define the interface for that too. So summary provider props, this is going to be of children of type this React node summary provider props. Okay, and now we will have to maintain a state variables for all of the variables that we just created above. Okay, so here let's quickly create the variables, state variables for all of the above values. Summary model. Okay, and here I'm just going to give in here, this is going to be of type model. Okay, and I can just define a constants list for this in our constants file, just the names of the models. So I'm just going to let's say for now we'll maintain two models, GPT 3.5 and GPT 4 in our constants. So let me just define the const for the models. Okay, so here this is going to be the model array, and here this model array value default, I'm just going to give in here this value is default. The label, it's going to be GPT 3.5. Content, this is going to be GPT 3.5 iPhone Turbo, and this icon I'm just going to have the same icon that we have, which is the, so whatever, I can just have this chat whatever. So okay, I'm going to have this bar chart icon. So this doesn't make sense, but we'll change this later. Okay, so just we'll have some placeholder icon for now. Okay, later I'll change that. Okay, or else you can just add in whatever the icon like you like it. Okay, so same thing, I'm just going to copy, and we will have one more object for GPT-4. So this one, the value, it's going to be the GPT-4, and here I'm just going to change this to GPT-4, and now instead of 3.5 turbo, this is going to be GPT-4 turbo, and this I'm just going to leave that as it is. So now we have the models, and here at default I'm just going to set in here the models of 0 for this. and next I need to define the state variables for other values which we defined above. So for that, next is the prompt. So here I can just define summary prompt, and let's have this summary prompt. Okay, so this is going to be of type prompt again. So default, again I'm going to have a constants for prompts as well. For this, let's say I'm going to have two prompts. So right below this, let me define this prompts, which is going to be this prompt array, and this is going to have an object. So value, I'm just going to have this default value and a label. Let's just say the label as the default prompt, and this content, what I'm going to do is this is the content prompt that I'll be adding. Yeah, you'll just add in the description. You can just take this. Okay, fine. This is the prompt that I'll be adding in. Kind of, it starts with here is the prompt, and so this is the prompt. Here is the prompt. You can replace the default in the extension tab. Your output should use the following template: summary, analogy, notes, emoji, bullet point. Okay, keywords, explanation. You have been tasked with creating a concise summary of YouTube video using this transcription to supply college student knows to use himself or something. Just I've just taken this a prompt. Okay, and you can just add in whatever makes sense, whichever gives better. So it's all play a plug and play. You can just play whatever you want. So please ensure that summary, bullet points, and fit within this limit while still offering comprehensive or clear understanding of the video's content. So this is the prompt I'll be giving for this content. Okay, so now the second, so that's the first prompt, and for second one I'm going to name this as let's say prompt 1. This label, let's say this is going to be a prompt 2. Okay, and the content, I'm just going to say like give me a summary of this video. Okay, so these are the just the constants for prompts. You can just tweak this whichever works for you. Now going back here, we can just import this prompts and assign this first index value. Okay, so yep, and next the summary content const summary content, set this summary content, and this one initially I'm just going to set, this is going to be the string or null. So initially I'm just going to set this to null, and then the error, did we receive any error while we are trying to make a call to the model? I think I overspelled her. Okay, set summary is error. So this is going to be boolean. So initially I can just set this to false, and next whether the loader to indicate whether summary is generating or not, set summary is generating. This also I'm just going to set this to false initially. Okay, fine. Yeah, so these are the variables, and now we can try to create an object like we did for our extension. In here the value, the summary model, set summary whatever set summary model. Okay, and summary content, summary prompt, set summary prompt, summary error, set summary is error. Okay, I think I misspelled this. Let's remove this. Okay, and summary is generating. Set summary is generating, and finally I need a function which helps me generate summary. So that one, what I will do is, so there is one important concept in here called the ports messaging API. So I'll just going to give you the brief about that here. Yeah, so you can see I'm just going to, yeah. So the messaging ports API is a high-level abstraction over the Chrome's runtime's port API to establish long-lived connections with a background service worker. So what I'm going to use this to create a port for me to get a completion and a chart completion from the OpenAI models, and so that I can show that in our UI. So this is going to help me establish a long-lived connections with my background service worker. So basically here with my content script I'm trying to exchange messages with I'm trying to offload this calling to the model to background service worker, and that will do the all this heavy model calling and getting the response, and post that response it's going to send me back to my content scripts. Okay, to achieve that this is Chrome's runtime port API is what we'll be using ideally, but there is a ports which is an abstraction on top of this, so that is what I'll be using. So for me to use that I need to install first this messaging module from this. So I'm going to create install this. So this I'm going to install, and we need to first create a port. And also if you see if we wanted to create a port and all, this is the structure that we need to follow. So if I just show you this ports, yeah, to create a background servers worker port handler, create a TS module in the background slash ports directory. The file name will be the port name and the default export will be the handler function. Okay, so this is how we are supposed to create. So I need to create in the same way that it is recommending. So in the source folder I'm just going to create in here yeah, I can just remove, I'm just going to delete these things which I am not using, this background, new tab, options, and pop-up. Okay, so I'm just going to delete this, and inside this I'm just going to create a new folder called this background, and in this let me just create a new folder for ports, and first we will create the completion port. Okay, so in here this completion.ts, and inside this what I'm going to do is let's add in the OpenAI module. So like I installed messaging, so that I'm going to install OpenAI so that I can get the response by passing in the prompt along with the context for that, and show the response, the summarized version on our UI by using this OpenAI models. Okay, so I'm just installing that, and once I install in here we need to import that, and I'm just going to create in here the new function making this as asynchronous. Let's name this as the create a completion, and this is going to receive the model name as the input for this function, and the prompt that will be sending, and also the context. Okay, so I can just minimize this. Okay, so fine, and in here first let's try to parse the context whatever we get. So the context transcript dot events. So I'm just going to filter first the which is going to be a segment. So if you saw the output in a console, I showcased you this what was present in the transcript events. Okay, so here I'm just going to get this, and then let's transform the segments, this any array, this one. So x dot segments dot map, and this utf8, this to y dot utf8. Okay, and I'm just going to join this by empty space. Okay, so we are going to transform this. Once we transform, I can again try to join this with the empty space, and then we will replace any these characters with this empty space. Okay, so let me, yep, so this one with this empty string, and let's replace the any again extra digits with the extra strings with this empty space. Okay, fine. Now once we get the past thing after transforming and all those things, let me prepare this prompt. Okay, so the user prompt, using this the value that we received in the prompt, and let's just separate this by new line. Okay, and here I'm just going to give some context here, video title. So this is going to be this context dot meta or data dot this title. Okay, and here again I'm just going to give this video transcript, which is going to be the cleaned past value. So this is the transcript, so that's the user that will be sending to the model. Okay, and all I'm going to ask is return this LLM. So first we need to create an instance of this OpenAI client, so that I can do. So I'm just going to create in here this LLM as the instance, and here let's just import this OpenAI. So let's import this OpenAI from this OpenAI module which we just installed now, and in here this API key. So I'm just going to you guys just get the API key for OpenAI and just add in here. Okay, fine. So like this, once you add that, and all you need to do is pass on this as the user as the input for this. So beta dot chart dot completions, and get this stream, and the messages that you are supposed to pass for role user. The content is going to be the above user const variable. So here this content, and next this model. So I'm just going to pass on whatever input that we receive. If we have no value received, I'm just going to set this GPT 3.5 turbo, and stream, let me just set this to true. Okay, so this is going to be a create completion. Okay, so once we have this, so now we need to create an handler. So if you just see here like this, I need to create an handler. So for that, let's just create this handler, and let's this is going to be of type Plasmo messaging. So I need to import this as well, this type from this messaging module which we installed. Import type this Plasmo messaging from this Plasmo messaging. Okay, so this is going to be Plasmo messaging dot port handler. and I'm just going to make this as asynchronous and request and response in the input. So let's define one variable which is going to store the cumulative data. So here let me have the empty string initially into that, and the prompt that we will be receiving in our request body, request.body.prompt, and I will be receiving the model name. So and then the transcript, the context, this context. So basically the inputs that are needed for us to complete this function. Okay, so this model, and then the context. So here this is going to be this request.body.context. So once we receive that, we are going to try to handle this in try catch block. We'll try to get this completion by calling the above function create completion, and pass on this model prompt and the context, and here I'll be listening on to this content, not connect, on this completion object. Okay, so here this delta and the snapshot. So here this cumulative data, I'm just going to append this to the above the empty string variable which we initialize to keep concatenating the answer that we are getting from the model. Okay, and this I need to send this with the message to our UI, so the which I'll show you how we are going to consume this, the error. Okay, and send, I'm just going to set this to false. Okay, fine, and so that's the when we are receiving the content, and we'll be listening on to the end event as well. So here in this, if that's the case, the thing that will be sending is this as the message as the end, so that is message as end, and error as the empty string, and send, I'm just going to send this to true. So this is the thing, and if anything went wrong, so we will be trying to handle this in the catch block. So here all will be sending to the client is the something went wrong. Okay, so this is how using this handler, the ports messaging API which I showed you will be communicating, and I just have to export this handler so that I can use this using this so if you see here, using this use port, I can refer to that in my components. I'll show you now. So now I have this completion port, so we can go to the summary context. So here where is this? Yep, and I can get this port now. So using this use port hook, so I need to import that as well. So let me just import use port from this messaging hook. Okay, fine, and here the name, it's going to be the file name that we gave. Yeah, so the completion. So I can write a function now which is going to help me generate summary. So let's make this as the asynchronous function and name this as the generate a summary, and this is going to receive event of type any. Okay, and let's just prevent this default event. Okay, and if this summary content is not equals to null, I'm just going to set the summary content back to null, and then we will go ahead and first we will load summary generating to true, so that loading indication, and set summary error if there is any, we'll set back that to false. And all we need to do is we need to send this to our port, which is nothing but the handler, which was expecting three variables that you saw, the request body prompt and model context and all. So prompt, this is going to be the summary prompt, the content. Okay, and the model name, the summary model dot content, and then the context. Okay, so here This is going to be the extension data. So here I can use this use extension loop now, where we have here use extension, and I don't think this needs to be typed. Fine. And in here I need this extension data, basically the data about the video. Okay, and this extension loading also I need. Okay, fine. And I need to send this the extension data as the context for this. So once this is how I'll be sending. Okay, and that's the function which is going to help me generate summary. Okay, and also based upon extension is loading or not, we need to update few variables, so that we are going to handle inside this use effect. So this is going to depend upon this extension loading. So that is nothing but we need to set this summary content back to null if we have any value, and we need to set this summary is generating to false, and also the summary error back to false. Okay, so this is the summary provider, and we have this value object, and here now I can just export this generate summary as well, and let's return this provider. This is going to be summary did I give the name as summary content? Okay, sorry, summary context. Okay, so this is summary context dot provider and values. So I'm just going to wrap on these values, and also the children will be wrapped inside this, pass on this value, and the children's these children will be able to have access to this values. And now we have this root provider. So in here what we can do is I'm just going to inside this extension provider I'm going to add on the summary provider which we just added. So I can do it this way, summary provider. Okay, and this children I'm just going to wrap inside this. Okay, fine. Now the context that we want is ready, so I can jump back to the summary actions. Okay, so that's where we were in need of these values, summary actions, and now I can start this. So first let me get whatever the values I need from my use summary hook. So this is not going to be a type. Okay, so here let me get this all the values which I need. The summary prompt, summary is generating the summary model, summary content, and functions to update a prompt, model name, and the function which is going to help me generate summary. Okay, fine. And now what we will do is let's focus on our UI part. Okay, so I'm just going to wrap on this inside div, and first we need a selecting component which is going to help me choose the model that I wanted to out of the two models that we'll be showcasing. So for that I'm just going to add on the select component from this chartcn. So I can search for select. Okay, so in here I'm just going to copy this thing and we'll add this select component. So once I had this select I can just okay, so anyhow we have this summary actions. So in this summary I can just add in this summary actions. Okay, and now in this extension panels, instead of this I can just show this summary component. Okay, fine. And which I will show this once we have this ready. Okay, so if I just choose this, as of now I need to reload this again. Okay, so we will reload once I complete that, or else Okay, let me do this right now. Let me remove this, load unpacked. Okay, so this is what I'll be loading, and in here let's just, okay, so summary. Okay, so yeah, it's updated. So as I keep updating this, we'll see what I'm adding in that. Okay, so in the summary action, so let's get into this. So here first I'm going to select component is added. Okay, so let's import that select component, and here this value I'm going to provide the summary model dot value. Okay, and on value change, I'm going to update the model summary model value. Okay, this summary model, and this we are going to use this. Let's again import this models const which we created in constants file. So I'm just going to find using this model value. Okay, so this model dot value is equals to matching this value, so that's the value that I'll be setting. And in here now I can so I can just minimize this. Okay, and I'll be trying to show you. Okay, so let's add in options and then I can show you. So here this select trigger, this let's do some styling for this, width of it. Okay, and let's have the space in the x direction, let's say 3, and inside this select value, the placeholder, I'm just going to have this as the model. Okay, now let's jump on to the content part. This select content, this is what I'll be trying to see on the UI now. So models dot, let's iterate through each model. Okay, so again I need to import this model type, and now here I can use this select item, and the key will be this model dot value, and this value it's going to be this model dot value. Fine, and inside this I'll just have the label and icon showcased. So this one, let's just make this display as a flex and row items. Let me just center them, and in here this class I'll just have some margin right. Okay, so just showcase the icon, and next to that the label. So that's the reason I am adding some margin at the right, and this model dot label. So okay, let's try to see that part a bit. So if I click on this, yeah, you can see this is what I was talking about. Here we need to style this. Okay, but you can see here that's selected, and now if I see this is what it is. Okay, so this is the selector. Okay, and I need to style this. So first let's style this main div, make this as a flex, and direction as a row. Width I'm just going to make this full, justify let's say between. Okay, and yeah, I'll just style that, and also let's center the items. Okay, so I'll just pass on this center the items. Okay, and I just wanted to make this sticky, and the top should be 0, and let's have some z index. Background I want it to be white, and let's add some padding at the top 3.5, and padding in the bottom, and also in the x direction 3. So that's the styling for the main div. Okay, so now it looks decent, and this I will take care of that. Okay, so fine, and now we have the model selection component, and after this select we need to have a button which kind of says generate summary and all. So that let's add just here, and I'm just going to make this as a flex and direction to be a row, and let's have a space in the x direction too. And I'm just going to wrap this in this our tooltip wrapper, and the text that I'm going to give is the as the regenerate summary. So this is not the bigger button, so the smaller icon, loader kind of icon, which is going to help me regenerate summary if I want the better version. Okay, so in here let's have this button, and this variant I'm going to make it as the outline, and the size, let's say this is going to be of icon, and on click I'm going to call on this generate summary function, and disable this will be disabled if it's generating the summary. Okay, fine. So this is the button, and in this I'm just going to have this reload icon thing. Okay, and here let's say height and width I'm just going to set it to 4, and opacity I'm just going to give in here the 60. Okay, so let me open this. Okay, so this is the thing. So I just does, so you can see the tooltip also, so it's regenerate summary. So fine, I'm not going to click on that. We will try to add in the again next to copy thing. So it is going to be pretty much same, so I can just copy and we will just change the text and all. So here instead of this regenerate summary, this would be the copy summary. Okay, and here also we need to create a function for copying summary. So this is going to be simple. So const so let's just have this function copy summary. Okay, and in here let's use this our use copy to clipboard hook which we just created. Okay, so this is copy to clipboard, and in here this timeout I'm just going to provide in here 2 seconds, and here is copy to clipboard. Okay, fine. And now inside this what I can do is, if it is true copied or there is no summary content or summary is still generating, we will not do anything. So I'm just going to return, else we are going to copy to clipboard by passing on this summary content. Okay, so that's the function. So instead of this generate summary, I need to call in this copy summary function. Okay, fine. And again the icon, this is going to be dynamic, so is copied. We will have this check icon. So what I can do is this check icon, and the class and height and width I'm just going to set 4.5, opacity let's say 60. Okay, and here the clipboard copy icon otherwise. Okay, so the styling, this is going to be same, so I can take this. Okay, and now I can just get rid of this. So this is going to be the button for copying summary. Okay, so yeah, so copying summary and this regenerate summary. Fine. So after this we need to have a one more select which is going to help me select the prompt. Okay, so I can just copy this and write below the role type provider. Let's just change value. So summary, instead of the summary model, this is going to be the summary prompt, and instead of setting the summary model, we will be setting the summary prompt. And let's just iterate this through prompts. uh, Prompts dot find, and I'm just going to change this to prompt, and here as well let's just change this to prompt that. value, and the placeholder I'm not going to have any, so let's just have this select value. Okay, and instead of iterating through this models constants list, we'll iterate through this prompts. Okay, and this needs to be changed prompt, and this is going to be of type this prompt, and in the select item key it's going to be, so I can just do one thing. Okay, this is going to be this prompt. Okay, and yeah, and I'm just going to I don't have an icon for this, so I'll just wrap in this label inside this, and we need to import this. I think that's the issue we are seeing in here, so I can just import this. Okay, and now yeah, we should be good and able to see the prompt thing. So here, yeah, this is the thing, so this is the default prompt too. Okay, and here I will take care about the styling. Okay, we don't have to worry about that now. Okay, so fine, so we are done with the summary actions at least. Okay, so still some cosmetic issues needs to be fixed, we will come back to that. And next thing in the summary component is the showcasing the actual content, so summary content component. So that what I will do, so let's just create the let me just minimize this. Okay, and we'll just create the new file to showcasing the summary content. Okay, summary content dot tsx. Okay, and here quickly let's define this function to showcase the summary content. So this is going to be the summary content, and here I'm going to get the values using this use summary hook. And in here let's first get whether we are generating summary, and this summary content, actual summary content, and the function to generate summary. Okay, so this shouldn't be a type. Fine, so first I will make sure that we doesn't face an issue and check if there is no summary content, and summary is generating. So I need to show the loader, so for that we will have some skeleton. So I'll just define quickly one skeleton for that. Let's name this as the summary skeleton .tsx. Okay, and in that let's add in the skeleton component from this shard cn. So I can just add the skeleton, and in here let me install this component, and quickly let's create this component for summary skeleton. So we are just going to return a simple div and with fixed height. So let's say height of 600 pixel. Okay, and width I'm just going to give a full, and let's have padding index direction 3. And here let's have one more div which will have this width full, and will have this rounded corners, and space in the y direction, let's say 4. And inside this we will create an array of length 16 and then showcase a skeleton. Okay, so make this as a flex, and a direction to be column, and the space in the y direction, let's say of 5. Okay, and I'm just going to create in here this array of length, let's say 16. Okay, and try to iterate through this each index. And here I'm just going to use the skeleton component. Key will be this index value for unique identification, and styling, let's say height of 4, and width I'm just going to have in here full. So this is summary skeleton component, and now this I can just use in here. So let's just wrap this inside one div. The summary skeleton. Okay, fine. And here after this, so if there's no summary content, okay, and even this summary is not loading, then we need to have a button which is going to say generate summary, and clicking on that we should call this generate summary function. Okay, so that one let's just wrap inside this div, and I'll have this button. Okay, and in here I'll just have this some text which says uh, generate a summary. Okay, and if everything is there, we can just showcase the content. Okay, so that we can do this inside this div. Okay, so I'll try to have this summary content showcased. Okay, so this is the summary content. I can just we'll do styling on all those things. Okay, so here this is the summary content. We need to do a lot of stylings which will come back to that. So if I just open this and uh, okay, let me refresh this, and we have an error. So let me remove this and load again. Okay, so and here I'm just going to refresh this again and open this summary. Okay, so this is the generate summary button. We will style this. So first I just want to show how this is going to look. Okay, let me open this. Okay, so there is an issue. So here let me just try to click on it. Is there anything in the okay okay, nothing is happening. Looks like there is some issue. I need to check that. Ideally here is the summary actions. Sorry, this summary content. Okay, I'm not calling any function, that's why. So in that, for now, let's just add in on click functionality, and here I'm just going to add in this generate summary function. Okay, so let me just click on this summary. Okay, and let's just try to call this summary. Okay, yeah, you can see I think it's a skeleton which I'll change this, and so ideally I need to see this. Let me check this. Where is this WebSocket? Okay, I think I have not received any. Okay, did I? So let me do one thing. I'll just go to this generate summary function. I just wanted to console first, just to make sure I am at least getting the response from the model, and then we'll see why we are not seeing that thing. Okay, okay, I understood. I need to do a lot of things. Okay, fine. So first thing is I need to keep listening onto this port.data message. Okay, so in here accordingly, when that is emitting the data, I need to update the content in our summary content. Okay, so that's when I'll be able to see that. That's the reason I'm not seeing that anything, so I forgot to add on this. So here we will first check if this port dot data dot this any message, okay, is not equals to undefined, and this port dot data is end is equals to false, then we are supposed to update whatever we are getting into summary content. So that is going to be this port dot data dot message. Okay, fine. Else what I need to do is I just need to set this summary is generating is like kind of completed, so we need to set this to false. So that's the thing. And after here we need to set this summary is error to false. Okay, and this needs to be uh, called only if we have the port dot data dot message or value is changing in here. Okay, so that same thing applies to error as well. So here let's try to handle this in the different use effect. If this port dot data or dot we have any error is not equals to undefined, and this port dot data dot error is not equals to null, so we got something wrong. So I need to set summary is error to true, and then set the summary content back to null. Okay, and else if that's not the case, I'm just going to set this summary is error to false. Okay, and this is going to change on this port dot date dot error value. Okay, so this might be not present. Okay, fine. So now I'll just try to check once again. So in here let me just, okay, so summary, okay, and try to generate summary. Okay, you can see that. Okay, now we are seeing that it's looking good, except that we are not showcasing in the user friendly manner, so that needs to be changed. So let me just close this, and if I just maximize this part, you can see we got the answer. The key to startup success lies in building a product that is loved by users and generates organic word of mouth growth. So this is the summary of this video. Okay, fine, I got this. So it's giving in the context of the video that we wanted to generate the summary for. Now we need to show the better way for the user. So that needs to be changed in this summary, and also a lot of styling is needed. Okay, first here this summary content, and I'll try to have a markdown component kind of which will convert headers with a tailwind cs classes, converting bold text with tailwind and all those things. So what I can do is let's try to create a new component which is going to show the markdown as a better user reader text. Okay, so I can just minimize this, I'll show this later. Okay, and here let's just define the props for this component. I'm just going to name this as a markdown props. This is going to receive markdown which is going to be a string, and then the styling if we want any, this is going to be an optional. Again, this is going to be string. Let's have this component, name this as the markdown, and let's just destructure this markdown and this class name from this markdown of props. Okay, and in here first I'll have the function which is going to help me convert the to HTML. Okay, so and then I will just try kind of return the div in this format. So that is, let's just have this cn, and here I'm just going to add in this prose, and if it's a dark I'm just going to have this post dark. Okay, and I need to uh, okay, so then we need to first create an helper function which is going to convert to HTML. And then once we have this, if we have any additional styling we received as part of props, we can just mention that. And then the dangerously set inner HTML, all we are going to do is we are going to set the HTML content, okay, which I'm just going to define now. Okay, so I'll just name this as something like HTML content. So this one, let's just create one function in here called this convert to HTML. Okay, so this is going to receive the markdown text as the input for this function. Okay, so I'm just going to add in this thing, so you can just take it from my code base, which I will add in the description. Okay, so I can just walk you through what is this. So we are first converting the headers with the tailwind classes. So this three hashtags, nothing but h3 tags, so that's what we are converting it to. And then two hashtags to h2, then one hashtag to h1, and then converting the bold text with tailwind. So if we have this double stars and all, we are going to create a strong with class font bold, and this italic text with this italic. And so this you should have understood by now how we are converting links, block quotes, and order list, handle paragraphs by wrapping and breaking lines. Okay, so now we have this function which is going to give me the HTML markdown to HTML. So this one we are going to collect into this HTML content. So we will just pass on this markdown. Okay, so why is this issue? And I need to close this div. Okay, and why am I receiving this issue? HTML. Okay, so okay, this is a double underscore, that's why. Fine, so now we have this markdown component, so let me try to use this inside this first. Okay, so first let's see, and then we'll try to style the old divs that we have wrapped. So here I'm just going to import this markdown, and I'm going to pass in this markdown the summary content. Okay, and the styling, let's say let's add some padding bottom. Okay, and this is going to be my markdown. So here let's try to see that. So I'm just going to generate summary. Okay, is there any errors? No. So why is it still showing this way? Okay, fine, now you saw. Okay, so now it's generating summary. Okay, analogy, notes, and keywords. Okay, fine, so the way I want it. Now we'll try to style this, so we'll see the changes in here. Okay, first for this div, let's make this height. I'm just going to restrict this height to 600 pixel. Okay, and width full, and let's have padding in x direction, and opacity, let's say I'm just going to set it to 80. Okay, so we need to see at least some change. Okay, so yeah, some padding, and the height is this, and we have, okay, so it's looking good, working fine. Now the styling for this main div, so let's make this as a flex. Let's justify center and items. I'm just going to center them, let's give it as a full and padding of 3, and background I'm just going to give it as a white, and if it's a dark, let's say this black color, not black, okay, so dark gray color. Okay, so let's just see one last time. Okay, so yeah, this is looking good. So now styling of this generate summary buttons and all. Let me refresh this. First, this generate summary. So first we'll try to style this text. Let's just make this as a super small text, small, so it is small. Okay, and the button, let's make this variant as outline. Okay, and width, let's give it as a full. Okay, and height of 12. Okay, so width is full and height of 12. And now the styling for this div, so I'm just going to make this as a flex and justify, so whatever I gave for this, I can just copy the same, so we will apply the same to this too. Okay, so now it should look at least better. Yeah, so this padding and all is looking better. So this is generate summary. Okay, and now the skeleton, there was a lot of issues, so that also for this I will try to show. Okay, try to add in the same for this summary skeleton, and let's just try to generate this again. Okay, fine. Okay, fine, looking good. So I think, yeah, this is the summary panel, summary component. Okay, so if I just do this, and let's just try to check the things. Okay, so it's regenerating again. Okay, it's working fine, so there's no issue with this regenerating summary functionality. And the copying, so this is copied, and if I just go to the new tab, okay, so this is copied as well, so we don't have an issue with this copy. So I think we are done with the so this collapse, yeah, this is also working fine. Good. Okay, so summary is done. So next we'll jump on to focus on transcript, and then we'll move on to chart. Maybe there might be cosmetic styling issues and all, which we will take later, and also icons and all those things. So here, this is not working the way I want. This one. Okay, I think the Z index I need to change for this actions. Summary actions, correct. So this summary actions, select component. Why is this? Let me just refresh this again. Okay, there is some issue with this styling. I'll just check this. I'll just check and then update this. Okay, and those are like small issues which I can take care, and then we'll move on to transcript component now. So the cosmetic issues, we will focus on it later. Anyhow, I'm able to select the value here. So if I, so it's now GPT-4, so you can change it to GPT 3.5 and then change back to GPT-4 and all. Okay, so I don't think this is going to be any big problem. So I'm just going to minimize this whole part now, and I can just focus on transcript part now. So like we have a context for a summary and extension, so I'm going to define a new context for our transcript. Let's name this as the transcript context dot tsx. Okay, so here let's quickly define the interface for our transcript. First, we'll have the transcript search functionality. So this is going to be a string, and the function which is going to update the transcript search text. So here this search which is going to be of type a string and void. Okay, and then the transcription, this is going to be a transcript array. So this I'm going to define again this definition for transcript in the constants file. What I can do is, yeah, in here let me just define in here this new type for transcript text, which is going to be of type string, and then the start time, this is going to be a number, and then the end time. Okay, so this is the definition for a transcript, and now we'll go back to this. So this is going to be the transcript array, so which is going to be a list of the objects which is going to have text, start time and end time. Okay, so I'm going to import this. Okay, that's the definition, and let's have the transcript context object using this create context APIs. Okay, so here I'm just going to pass in this transcript context, or this undefined, initially we're just going to set this undefined value. Okay, then they use function, use transcript hook. Okay, so I can just copy this. So this is going to be same. I can just copy this and we'll just tweak accordingly. Okay, so here instead of this use summary, I'm just going to change this to use transcript, and here as well let me just change this to use transcript instead of this summary context, the transcript context. Okay, sorry, this has to be use context. Okay, fine, and here this use transcript must be used within a transcript provider. Okay, and here instead of this is going to be the transcript provider props. Fine, and quickly let me just create this provider function. This is going to receive the children, so which is going to be transcript provider props. I'm just going to destructure children's here, and to store first the transcription search text that user will be entering to search for. Okay, so here this set transcript search, so this is going to be of type string, and initially we'll just set empty string. Okay, so yeah, and let's try to create a value object which we can pass on to this provider. The transcript search, set a transcript search, and then transcript JSON. So that one will need to I'll wrap that inside use memo hook so that we doesn't have to calculate it again and again. So let's store this in the transcript JSON variable, so I can use this use memo hook. And this one, first I need the whether this I'm going to use the extension loading and extension data from our use extension hook. Okay, so and this is not the type, and in here extension loading and then the extension data, and here I'm going to check if this extension is not loading, and also we have this extension data, and then check if the extension data as the transcript. So then I'm just going to return the clean JSON transcript. Okay, so I need the values in a JSON format, so I'll try to write a util function where we can try to format the way I want. So basically I need to have a list of the objects with the text start time and end time, but the actual transcript that we get from the YouTube watch endpoint is a mini. So let's try to create some utils function. So in here let's create here the function. So I'm just going to name this as something like clean JSON transcript. Basically we are trying to clean the transcript, so this is going to receive the transcript as input, and I'm just going to define the empty list chunks that will be returning at the end. So let's have this current chunk as the empty string, and then the current start time, it's going to be the transcript dot events of 0 dot date start ends. Okay, fine, and then the current end time, I'm just going to set this to current start time. Okay, fine, and now we are going to iterate through these events and use this for each and get this each event, and in here I'm just going to iterate through the segments, and let's iterate through this each segment, get this segment thing, and first we will try to get this segment text. Segment text would be this utf8 dot, just replace this new line with empty string, empty space. Okay, fine, and then the current end time, this is going to be this event dot t start ems plus this segment t offset ems or 0. Okay, that will be current end time, and now you will going to check if this current chunk plus this segment text dot length is greater than 300, then I'm just going to push into this chunks list. Okay, so this current chunk dot trim. Okay, and then start time, current start time, and this end time I'm just going to pass on this current end time. Okay, fine, so that's how we are going to push into this. And now the current chunk, I'm just going to make this as the segment text, and this current start time would be now the current end time. Okay, else I'm just going to keep adding the segment text to the current chunk. Okay, fine, and after this so if still we have, so if there is current chunk, so I'm just going to push this into our list. Okay, so the text which is going to be I'm just going to trim if there are any spaces, and then the start time, so this is going to be this current start time, and then this end time which is going to be this current end time. Okay, and finally what we are going to do is I'm just going to return the chunks from it. So this is the function which is going to help me clean the actual JSON that we receive from that watch endpoint, and return only the things that we need as a list of objects. Okay, so I'm just going in here, and we will just import that clean JSON transcript, and we all we need to do is pass in this transcript to this function. Okay, so that will be present in our extension data dot this transcript. Okay, and this will be else I'm just going to return empty array. Okay, and this we are going to call this based upon the values that are changing in these two variables. Okay, fine. And here I need to uh, send in this transcript JSON also to the provider, so I can just return now this transcript context dot provider and value. We can just attach these values and the children. Okay, what is this? Did I transcript search, transcript context? Did I misspell something? Transcript search, transcript JSON. Okay, string is missing the following properties from type transcript context. Okay, I just misspelled here this transcript. Okay, so that's the issue. Transcript search. What is missing now? Transcription. Okay, so I'm just going to rename this to transcript JSON. Now we should be good. Transcript JSON. Okay, fine. So now we have the context provider for transcript, so we can get started by building a component for transcript. So let's just start creating a component for it. So let me just expand this, and in here I'm just going to create a new component for this transcript.tsx. Okay, and here let's just have a simple function for our transcript. So here transcript. Okay, and for now I'm just going to return this empty fragment, and we will have the actions and content like we had for the summary. Okay, same way. So we need to create a components for that, and now I'm just going to go to this extension panels, and here instead of this we will use this extension transcript component. Okay, so this one. So if I just do this, and here, and now we are, yeah, so we are not seeing anything, so because we don't have anything there. Okay, so in here now slowly I'll try to add in first the actions part, so same way like we did add for the summary part. Okay, so let's try to create the component for transcript action. So here let's just have this transcript actions.tsx. okay, so here this interface for this would be just the jump current time function, which is going to help me jump to particular current time of the video. Okay, so I'm just going to name this as a transcript actions props. So this will be just one function which is the jump current time. Okay, fine. And here let's just have this default function for our transcript actions. Okay, and here I'm just going to restructure the same. Okay, so just jump current time, and yeah, so I can just minimize this. We will see this in action later. So in here we will focus straight away on this UI part. Okay, so the div, and I can just try to add in this transcript actions part here, the component. So in this one, this transcript actions, and this needs this current time. Okay, so this one, so I need to define the function, so I'll do that here. So first thing is I'll try to get the player for this simple. So this we'll use this document dot this query selector this video. So this is going to give me the player, and I'll have one reference of user using useref hook, so that I can navigate to that particular timestamp. Okay, so here the reference, I'm just going to name this as something transcript or list reference. Okay, so here let's use this useref, and I'm just going to set this default to null value, and we'll have one function. So let's just name this as the jump current time, and here return type is going to be void. And in here, first thing what I'll do, first we'll check if the player is not null. Okay, if it's not null and this transcript is not, this both are null. Okay, so I'm just going to return straight away here. If that's not the case, first let's try to get this time. So I'm just going to get this player dot current time multiplied by this 1000 milliseconds. Okay, and let's get this items container as well. So this container is going to be this transcript list ref this current dot the first element child. Okay, and I'm just going to typecast this to HTML element. Okay, fine. So now if we have this items container, then I'm going to first get this children. So this children, it will be array dot from this items container dot children, and this is going to be the list of the HTML element thing, and here we need to get this target element. So target element, we are going to use the children to find that. So here this is going to be a callback function inside, which is going to be of type HTML element, and in here first let's try to get this start time. So start time I'm just going to parse this to int. We will get this from this child dot get attribute, and all I need to do is search for this data start time, or else I'm just going to give this uh, 0 value. Okay, fine. So that's the start time, and same thing we need to do for this thing you can find in the DOM. I'm not going to show you that. Okay, so this end time, I'm just going to pass this also to int this child dot get attribute. Okay, and this is going to be this data end time. Okay, and or if we don't find, I'm just going to give here the 0 value. Okay, now let's just check return if the start time is less than or equals to time, and this end time is greater than or equals to time. Okay, so fine. And so if we have the target element, so we can get this here. If we have, so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to scroll into that view. Okay, so behavior, I'm just going to set this to smooth, and block, let's center. Okay, fine. And in here, let's just add in some background color for this and all, so that the differentiation to other timestamps will be clear. Okay, so here I'm just going to add in this background sync color, and to this class list, let's say if it's a dark thing, this would be the background color, just the dark gray color 1414. Okay, and this transition effect, so I can add in this transition all. Okay, fine. And this one, we are going to set this for 3 seconds. Okay, and all I can do is check this, and for 3 seconds. Okay, fine. So that's the function jump current time, which is going to help me to jump to particular timestamp that user is trying to jump to. Okay, so now we have this transcript actions, the functions that I'm passing. So let's focus on this. So as of now we don't have anything. Okay, so we will focus on that, and then I'll show you this. So in this transcript actions, let's have the icon for searching. So I'm just going to have this magnifying glass icon, and let's do styling later, and then the input. So I'm just going to take this input component from shardcn. Okay, and let's add that as well. So I'm just importing this, adding this input component so that I can use this here. So basically this is search icon, and then the input to search for the particular keyword, so that you can see the keywords in the transcript search. Okay, and here I'm just going to import this input. So type, it's going to be the text. Okay, and placeholder, let's say I'm just going to say this as a search transcript, and the styling for this, let's say some padding at the left, so between the icon and this input. On change, what we need to do is I need to update the transcript search variable, so that I can get it using our use transcript hook. So let's just use transcript, so not the type. Okay, so I can just transcript search, then the set transcript search, and here we need to update this transcript search variable. So this is going to be this current target dot value. Okay, and we are going to disable this if this extension is loading. So I can take the help of this use extension hook as well. So let's import that as well. So use extension, so not the type again. So in here, this extension loading, and then the extension data. Okay, so this would be disabled if its extension is loading. Okay, so extension is loading, or this transcriptions length, so this transcript JSON. So or if this transcript JSON is 0, so what, we cannot search for anything, right? So that's when this will be disabled. Okay, so this is the transcript actions, and let's just check how this is going to see. We will style this, not to worry about that. I need to reload this again. Load unpacked. Let me just refresh. Let me refresh this again. Okay, I'm seeing an issues. Okay, I did not wrap that. Okay, that's the problem. So going to here, this provider, let's just minimize this, and in here I need to import that transcript provider, so I can do it this way. Okay, and now I need to wrap this inside this children inside this. Okay, so maybe now we can check this out. Okay, let's try to go back, remove this and add it again, and let me just refresh this. Okay, so here, yeah, so you saw there's a magnifying glass icon and then searching for the transcript, and now we'll start making the styling for that. So maybe, yeah. Okay, so let me go to this actions, and the first thing what we need to do is we need to make this as a flex so that they are next to each other. That I can do by first making this whole div as a flex and make this as the flex row, and also I need to so I'll just show this and then we'll style this accordingly. Okay, so fine, and then we'll style the rest of the things. Width, let's give it a full, and justify I'm just going to between, and then items, let's center them, and the same thing that we had a sticky on the top, 0 z index of 10, background white. Okay, and let's have the padding at the top 3.5, padding bottom 3, in the x direction let's have 4, and space in the x direction 4. Okay, and if it's a darker theme we can just add in this darker gray. Okay, fine, so this is the styling for this thing, and I'll just show you that, and I will style this icon as well. Okay, so at least looking good. So now styling this icon, so this one, let's first I wanted to wrap this icon and input in one more div, so let's do that right below this div, and I just wanted to make this relative and width as full, and then I'll just put this both of them inside this div. In the styling for this, let's make this as absolute, and this left as 3. Okay, and top I'm going to give half, and let's apply this transform and translate in the y direction by a half. Width and height I'm just going to set it to 4, and opacity let's say 60. Okay, so yeah, now let's see how this is going to look. Okay, so now let's okay, so now we have this inside this input, now looking good. Fine, so this is for taking the input. So after this I'm just going to have one more div where we will have a button which is going to help me jump to particular time. Okay, that one to so if I just go to the summary actions, whatever I have here, I can just take this. Okay, so I'll just copy this whole div and then I'll just change it accordingly. Okay, so here in here tooltip wrapper, let me just import this and I'm just going to minimize this. So we'll change this accordingly. So here text, instead of this regenerate summary, it is going to be jump to current time, and the button, this button. Okay, and instead of this generate summary, this is going to be the jump current time, and disabled will be if this extension is loading or this transcriptions length is 0. Okay, and here instead of this reload icon, I'm just going to have this the crosshair icon. Okay, fine, that's for jumping to current thing. And next is the copy transcript instead of this summary. And here this we need to create a function which is going to help me copy the transcript, which I am going to define this. Okay, so for now I'm just going to have in here this empty callback function. Okay, and this one I can just copy the same disabled part. Okay, and here this copied, I need to use these values from our use copy to clipboard hook. So here let's use copy to clipboard, and this timeout, let's just pass in 2 seconds. Okay, and is copied, copy to clipboard. So not the type again, so this has to be use copy to clipboard. Okay, fine, and yeah, let's wait for it to reload. Oh, what's the issue on this icons? And even this icon, fine, and I just don't want this select part, so I can just remove this. So these are the actions. I just need to write a function which is going to help me the copy old transcript part. So let's just check this once. Okay, so then we will write on that copying transcript function. Okay, so these are the things. So here we don't have anything, and this is going to help me to jump to, this is disabled now. Okay, fine, and copying transcript, so let's again minimize this. So let's have a function defined here which I'm going to name this as copy transcript. So this one, if this is copied true, or this extension data, there's no transcript, so I'm not going to perform anything on this. So we're just going to return, and we need to get this processed text thing. So again, like we had a helper function to give me the JSON in the format that I wanted, so same way I'm going to create the one helper function which is going to give me the transcript text the way I want. Okay, so let's just go to the same functions file. So just below here I'm just going to create one more function let's name this as the clean text transcript, and this is going to get the transcript. And here first we'll initialize variables to hold lines of text and temporary segment text that is part of each timestamp. Okay, so here let's say this text lines uh, which is going to be this empty array. Okay, and this temporary text which is going to be empty string, and one more variable, the last time, which is going to be 0 initially, these values. And then we will loop through this events array and try to get what we want. Okay, so this transcript dot events dot this for each, and get this each event, and check if the event has segments and process them accordingly. So that is, we will just check for segments, and here this event dot segments dot this for each, and get this each segment. And here we will try to calculate the segments start time in milliseconds. That is this segment this start time, this milliseconds. Okay, so that is event dot start milliseconds plus segment dot to offset milliseconds or to 0. So I'm just going to add in this, or 0 to this. So now if there is a significant time gap or it's a new line, we will output the accumulated text. Okay, so that is, if this temporary text and the segment start time seconds subtracting this last time is greater than 1000, or if this segment dot utf 8 is equals to this new line, then I'm just going to first format this time, new date, this last time to ISO string, and then let's get this substring, and we will try to push into this text lines. Okay, so that is with the this time formatted, and here the text, this temp text, and I'm just going to trim if there are any spaces. Okay, so this I will be pushing, and I'm just going to set back this temp text to empty string. And after this we will update a last time and append a segment text to temporary text. That is, so last time it's going to be now the segment start time milliseconds, and this temp text I'm just going to append this segment dot utf8. okay, fine. And after this we'll just append the last accumulated text if any remains. Okay, that is, we'll just check if there is any temporary text. So we can just copy the same thing in here, and then just going to push into our text lines. Okay, and finally we'll join all lines into a single string separated by new lines. Okay, so that is, let's text lines, and I'm just going to join this by new line. So this is going to give me the text of my transcript separated by new line in the format that I want. So we have this function, and now we are going to get the process text using that function. So this needs to be imported into this transcript action. So here let me just uh, import this clean text transcript, and all we need to do is provide this extension data dot transcript, and then we need to copy whatever we received in this processed variable. Okay, and now here instead of passing on this empty callback function, I need to pass on this function, which is the copy transcript. Okay, so fine. So if I just open this and this open this, so this one, this is disabled by default because we don't have anything, so that's why I'm not seeing that. Okay, so we will fix that. Okay, so now after this, that's the actions part. Now we need to show the content, that is the transcripts. For that also we are going to create a new component like we did create for summary. Okay, so inside this components, let's just create in here this transcript content dot tsx. Okay, and we are going to have the props for this, so I'm just going to define the props, transcript content props, and this is going to have the reference object. So I'm just going to import this from React, so we can just import from React. Okay, and this one, this reference object, okay, this is going to be of HTML div element. Okay, fine, and now let's define this component transcript content. Okay, and I'm just going to wrap this inside this forward ref. Okay, so here let's forward ref, and this is going to be div element. Okay, and this transcript content props. Okay, and in here let's just restructure this props ref. Okay, and now in here I need to first, okay, let me just return this thing. Okay, first we need to attach the reference to this div, so that we can, when we click on to jump onto that, we will be scrolling to that particular section. Okay, so we are attaching the reference here, and inside this we need to have a list, the transcript list, the text, the start time and end time of each things. So again, that if we try to write in this component, it will be too clumsy. We need to first try to create a component for individual item. So that is the component where if we pass in the start time, end time, and the text associated with those timings, so we need to show that, and all those needs to be part of one more list component, where we can iterate through the list of the transcriptions that we have and showcase each individual item of that transcript. So if I talk roughly, we need to have a component to showcase a transcript item, and then showcase all these items in one single component as the transcript list. Okay, so for that let me create a new component called the transcript item first. Creating a transcript item component. And now in here I'll just define the type for transcript and also the props for our transcript item component. So quickly let's have this type for transcript. So this is going to have the text, and then the start time, then the end time. Okay, and here this interface for the component prompts, let's name this as the transcript item prop. So this is going to receive item object, which is going to be of type or transcript, and the search input, which is going to be a string. Okay, so now let's define this component. I'm going to name this as the transcript item, and here let's destructure the item and the search input. Fine, and in here first we will try to get the player object. So that is this player, using this document dot query selector, and this is going to be this video. Fine, and now we'll focus on this div part, and in here we will have first two buttons, one to help me jump to a particular time, and another is to show me the copy section on hovering it. Okay, fine, and then finally showcasing the text of the transcript. So that we will try to wrap inside this, and so in here, as I said, we'll have the two buttons. I'll just wrap this inside this div, and we will come back to styling later. Okay, so this one needs to be a button, and we need to, okay, so I will export this. Okay, let's just close this, and let's export this using the memo, so that we don't have to calculate again and again if there are any changes. So not the type. Okay, so okay, fine, I'll try to complete that, and also in here in this transcript content. Okay, anyways, we will try to complete this component first. So the variant for this, I'm going to set this to be outline, and styling will come back to that, and on click I need to jump to particular time. So that one I can just create a one function here. Let's just name this as the jump to time. So this one player dot current time is equals to this item dot start time by 1000. Okay, so this is the function, so I can just add in that on click. Let's just call this above function. Okay, and now inside this, so let's just close this, and I'll have an icon, kind of a clock icon. So here let's have this clock icon, and the styling for this height and width, I'm just going to set it to 4, and opacity, let's just set it to 60. That's the icon, and in the this pan we'll be showcasing the start time and end time. So start time and end time, let me format it here into two variables, which will be the new date object, item dot start time, and I'm just going to convert this to ISO string, and let's just get this substring put into 5. Okay, and same thing to this end time, this new date object, and this item dot end time, and to ISO string substring 4 into 5. Okay, fine, and this is what I'll be mentioning in here, this start time and the end time. Fine, and we can worry about styling later. Okay, that's the button for showcasing start time and end time, and also helping me navigate to that part of the section in the video. After this button, we will have a one more div where I'll have a button wrapped inside the tooltip wrapper, kind of showing the option to copy that section. Okay, so let's have this tooltip wrapper imported, and the text I'm going to say it as the copy section. Okay, fine. And in this the button, let's again make this variant as the outline, size of icon, and on click we need to copy this. So this one I can just create a one more function called copy a section using our use copy to clipboard hook. Okay, so first let's have this imported copy to clipboard. So let me just remove this type, and let's just destructure this is copied, and this copy to clipboard, and let's just create the copy section function. If this is copied, we will not do anything, and or else we'll just send in this item.text to be copied. So that's the function, and in here I can just provide that copy section. Okay, so that's the button, and now inside that we have the so I can just go in here and copy this. Okay, so let's just import these two icons. Fine. And okay, let's just give height and width as a 4. So this is the button to copy, and finally after this, inside this p tag we will try to show the text. But the difference, the thing catchy here is we need to highlight the search input that the user as a sentence. So let's say I'm searching for Sam. So if I send in that, we need to highlight that in this particular item text. Okay, so that what I will do is, let me just create a simple function in here. Why is this? The timeout. Let's just okay. So in here I'm just going to create a one function. Let's name this as the highlight text. So in here we will send in the actual text of the transcript, along with that the search text that the user has sent to this, and I'm just going to return this JSX element. And in here first we will check if we don't have any search. All I'm going to do is I'm just going to wrap the text inside this fragment and send it back. Okay, if that's not the case, then first I will get the parts. Let's just split this using this regular expression, using this search keyword. Okay, and fine. So we will split this and we'll get the parts, and what I will do here is we will iterate through this parts and transform this the way we want. Okay, so that is let me get this part along with that index, and inside this first let's convert this to lower case, and check if it is matching to this search value, and by just transforming both to lowercase. If that's the case, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to use this mark and give in here this key index and style. All we are going to do is set this background color to yellow, so highlighting that is the search keyword that user has searched for, and if we found that in particular transcript text, we are highlighting that part. Okay, so this is what we will be highlighting, and we'll be wrapping the part in it. Okay, else I'm just going to have in the simple part. Okay, fine. And in here I just need to So here I just have to do it here. Okay, fine. So this is the highlight text, and now I can just have this used in this p tag. Okay, so all I have to do is pass in this item dot text, along with that the search input. Okay, so this is the text that will be showcasing. We need to do a lot of styling, which I'll come back later, but just I wanted to show you the simple transcript item component. Okay, so now we have this transcript item component. So we will try to use this inside our the transcript list component, where we will try to show all of the transcript items in that. So let me quickly create the component for that. Transcript list. Okay, so in here also we will have the same thing. So let me just copy this. Instead of this is going to be a list, and this one is going to be an array. So I will change this one to transcript. Okay, so now we will create a simple function for that. Transcript list, and in here the props for this, it's going to be the same, the props which we just prepared above, the list of the transcript, the search input. So in here, first thing we will try to get the filtered transcripts first based upon the search input. So what I'm trying to say is filtered transcripts, and I'm going to wrap this inside this use memo hook. Okay, and here this is going to depend upon this transcript, along with that the search input. Okay, so first thing in here we will return the transcript if this transcript dot filter get this each item, and check if this text dot lowercase includes any of this search input. Okay, fine. And or else we will just return this transcript. So just filtering based upon this search input. Okay, so this is search input. Okay, fine. So that's the filter transcripts. So once I have that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to check if the length of the filter transcript is equals to 0. Then what we can say is we just found no results. I can just show the same text, no results found. So we will return here, and we will style this later, and inside this span I'm just going to show this no results found. Okay, fine. If that's not the case, so this will be the main div, and this one in here we will just iterate through this filtered transcript and get the each transcript item, and in here we will just pass on this to our transcript item which we just built the component. So the key, it's going to be this item item dot start time, and this item, this is going to be this item, and the search input going to pass the search input. So this is the way of passing each transcript to the component which we built, and all we are going to do is I'm just going to export this using the memo export default this and pass in here transcript list, and I'm going to pass in this previous props, the next props, just comparing if they are equal or not. Okay, so that is here this previous props dot transcript is next props dot transcript, and this previous props search input is equals to this next props dot search input. Okay, so now we have this transcript list component. Now I can go ahead and use in our transcript content component. So here jumping onto this, so inside this I can use this transcript list and pass in here this transcript, which will be nothing but this transcript JSON. So I will try to get that using our use transcript hook, and here I'll just remove this type transcript JSON and then transcript search. So let me pass on this along with that the search input, which will be nothing but the transcript search. Okay, so that's the case, and fine, and we can just export this. Still we need to do a lot of changes in each of the component. We will come back to that, but first I wanted to see this in action. So we have this content, and now we can try to go to this transcript component and try to include this now. So here the transcript content, and attach in this ref, which is our transcript list ref. Okay,
Okay, today I'm going to talk about how to succeed with a startup.
so now let's try to see this in action, and I'll just try to load this again. So remove this and load this unpacked. Okay, so and this is, yep, so I'm just going to select this, and let's try to first mute this and try to open this summary. Okay, so now the transcript. Okay, fine. So you can see that now the transcript item and the transcript content for each of the timestamp, we're able to see the whole of the things. Only thing is we need to style this a lot better, and also the icons, you can see the copy section icon and all. So on hovering this copy is a thing, and now if I just click on this, it's going to help me navigate to this part. Okay, so this is also working. So we're able to show the content of the transcript, and now the thing is, and also if I just let's say search for Google, okay, I'm not able to see. Highlighting with the yellow background. Okay, so in here this transcript content and this transcript list, so let's go to this item, the highlight text. Okay, so in here did I miss anything? Okay, okay, anyways, still we have a lot to worry about. See, highlighting is not working, and also the styling for each of the sections needs to be done. So first I will come from this transcript item. In here the styling for this each item, let's come back from here the p tag onward. So first let's give the styling for our text. The text size, I'm going to set it to, let's say 10.5 pixel. Okay, and also let's just apply this capitalize and a leading let's say 7. Okay, so that's the thing. Okay, fine. So text size is increased and capitalized. Okay, and also leading 7. Okay, fine. So that's the styling for our text. And now to the div, which is wrapping this copy section tool tip button. So in here let's first have this opacity of 0, and group hover I want the opacity to be changed to 100 so that it's visible, and this transition I'm just going to have transition opacity and a duration of, let's say, 300. So this is the styling for this div. And if I just open and okay, so there is an issue with this. Okay, I'll check this. Okay, so now this actual styling for this pan, we will have a hour effect, and also we will change the text color. So text color, let's change this to 500, and also text size, let's say 11 pixel, and however I want the cursor to be of type pointer, and also let's have this underline effect on hovering. Okay, so that's the styling for this. Okay, and now button styling. So if you wanted to see, we can see this. Okay, so on hovering it's okay, fine. Now the styling for this button, and here first I'll have the space in the x direction, and also want the background to be transparent, and even in the dark let's have this background to be transparent. Let's just center these items, and a padding of 3 in all directions, and let's have this border of, let's say, 0.5 pixel width and rounded corners, and also the color for border will have the zinc color. So that is border zinc, let's say 200. Okay, and the space in the y direction of 4, and I'm just going to make this as a group now. So now this group hover where we applied this one will come into picture. So let's just have this. Okay, uh, okay, it looks weird, but fine, that will can do alter by giving a style. Okay, so what I'm going to do is, let's remove the styling that we gave, so it's looking weird. So I'm just going to have just the banner, let's just remove all of this. Okay, so let's just see this now. Okay, so the styling for this div we will do it. So that is, we'll make this width as a full, and flex, and flex as a row direction, and here I'll just center these items and justify, let's say, between. Okay, so now they will be next to each other. So let's see, I mean, let's make this div as a flex, and this as the column. Okay, so now we will try to style this width. I'm going to give it as a full, and justify between, and this items center I'll give it here, and for this we'll have the padding of 3, and border slightly thin border. Okay, and we'll have this rounded medium, and border color we will have this zinc 200. Okay, and let's have the space in the y direction so that there will be some space, and this make this as a group. Okay, so now there is a border, and now since we made this as a group, the group hover is working. So you can see this copy is visible on hovering of it, and now this is also properly styled. Okay, so maybe we can style this more, which so if I just copy, we will be able to copy this section, and this one I needs to check this. Okay, fine. So this isn't working the way we want. The search one, in this, the highlight text. Okay, so the problem is, this is the thing. Let's try to check this again. So here, yep, so it's working now. So it's just the way I was passing the regular expression. So now you can see the highlight of the keyword that I'm looking for. So same thing if I just search for the Facebook, so we are seeing that. Okay, so this is the thing. So this is how we are able to search for and filter it, and we'll be able to navigate to each of these things. So the transcript item styling is done, and the list part, so all I can do is, let's go to this list, and we will just give some space for this div in the y direction, so that there'll be some space. Okay, so I just gave space in the y direction for, so now there is some space. Okay, and also this one for showcasing no results, so what I can do, just make this as a flex, justify center, and let's just center these items, and give width as a full, and height I'm just going to set it to 32. Okay, so that's the transcript list for no results found. So that's the styling for our things. So mostly we have we are done with. And also here what I will do is, so here if I just open this transcript part, and if I wanted to jump to particular timestamp, this is not happening. So for that what I will do is, let's just attach in here this data start time, which will be this item dot start time, and this data end time, this would be this item dot end time. Okay, and now let's I have this, so let's try to test this. So if I'm here at this duration, and if I wanted to jump to, so now we are able to jump to. Okay, so fine, so this is working, and this is how we add in this data start time and end time, the time that we want. And list is also done, and like we have the skeleton, if we are trying to get this, if we don't have, I'm going to create a skeleton for transcript as well. So let's just name this as the transcript skeleton dot tsx. So I can just copy the whole part of this, so I can just minimize this. Now I've just showed what I wanted to show, and this one I'll just copy, and we'll use the same thing with additional thing. So in here let's just change this one to transcript skeleton, and also this one, let's not restrict the height here, I'll just change a bit, let's have some space. Okay, and width full, I'll not have any padding next direction. And now I will iterate through this. Let's just copy this. So in here we will have a skeleton wrapped inside this, so let me just, so I'll have this skeleton wrap inside this two div, and okay, so let me just, so okay, here first div, the styling. Okay, first let me just remove this. So okay, so here I'll just wrap inside two divs. Okay, and I can just remove this. We will anyways import that, and inside this one more div, and inside that I'm just going to have a skeleton wrapped. So in this we will have this skeleton. Okay, and the key I'm just going to pass in this index, and styling height, let's say I'm going to give it as 8 and width of 32. Okay, fine. And after this div, so the skeleton, the key, it's going to be the index. Okay, and height I'm going to have it to 36, and the width, let's say full. Okay, and styling for this, okay, anyhow, quickly let's make this as a flex, and the direction to be column, and width of full, and justify, let's say between, and items I'm just going to center them, and padding of 3, so whatever we have, border of 0.5 pixel, and the border, let's make this rounded corners, and the color for our border, and so border, I'll just have this zinc color. Okay, and the space in the y direction. Okay, so that's the styling. So pretty common styling which we had. I'm not going to show you the skeleton, so simple one. And here this width, I'm just going to set this to full, and direction to be row, and just center this items, and justify between. Okay, so this is the skeleton, and this we can use it in our content, so in our content component. So that is what I can do here is, let's first try to get the values for extension loading using this use extension hook. So I'm just going to remove this type again. So in here we will get this extension loading, and also this extension data. So if it's a loading, and also or we don't have this extension data, then I will just try to show the skeleton. Okay, so this is going to be the transcript skeleton. Okay, fine. And we can just style this, making this as a flex. Okay, and justify, let's center them, and items also I'm just going to center, width of full, padding, let's say 3, and background color white. Okay, fine. So this is going to be the usage of the skeleton. So I think I'm pretty much done with this transcript part also. So we're able to search, and we're able to navigate to particular timestamp, we're able to copy it and all. So this is what was present as part of this transcript. So now we will try to focus on this chat panel. So like we did create the context for the transcript, summary, and extension, we need to do the same for chat. So we'll follow the same path that we followed for others. So let me just create the new context for chat. So I'm just going to name this as the chat context .tsx. Likewise, other context, this will also have a few variables that we need to keep a state of. So maybe I can just minimize this, because we're not worried about UI now anymore. So here let me quickly also let me pass this, and here let's define the interface for our chart state. So this will have first the chart model that we wanted to uh, keep a track of, and I'm just going to import this from our constants. Okay, and then the loading, whether the chart is generating or not, this is the variable for that. So this is going to be a boolean, and the chart, is there any error that we received while we are trying to query the OpenAI models, and to keep track of the messages that we have as part of our conversation. So this is going to be so I'm going to create a new type for as a message in our constants, like we did for a model and all. So let's just navigate to that constants thing. So here in this constants, and I can just create a new type for message. So simple. So this type message will be having the role, so that is the user or the assistant role. So this is the role, and then the content of the nothing but if it's a user, that's a question. If it's assistant, that will be the answer. So going to this chat context, so I can just import this now from this constants. Okay, so I have this message definition. So this is going to be a message array, or else it can be undefined. And then the prompt that user the chat prompt. Okay, so this is the thing, and the chat suggestions, if we have any, so this is going to be a string array. And whether this chart is generating suggestions or not, which is going to be a boolean. So here is generating suggestions. So the boolean, you will see this, like, if you see if you saw in the preview video, we had a 4 questions, and also those are the suggestion questions that user can go ahead and ask the questions. So that those are the suggestions that will be generating. And is there any error while generating the suggestions? So here this is going to be error suggestions. Okay, so this is going to be a boolean. Fine. So now we have the interface to maintain our state. Let's prepare this initial state. So this initial state, this is going to be of type chart state. And this chart model, we will have this so what I will do, I'm just going to import this models from this constants. And this I'm just going to set this to models of 0. Okay, fine. And chart is generating, let's just set this to false. And the chart is error, I'm just going to set this to false. And the chart messages, let's just set it to empty array. The chart prompt, this to empty string. The chart suggestions, setting to empty array. Chart is generating suggestions to false. And also error suggestions, let's set this to false. Okay, this will be initial state of our chart. Now we have this initial state, and the interactions, the actions that we can perform on our chat panel. So that I'm just going to define the interface for that as well, chat actions. So just to update this chat model, so this is going to be a simple callback function, which is going to update this model name. So here, okay. And chart is generating or not updating our boolean value. So is generating, this is going to be a boolean. Okay, so let's just, this is going to be of type void. Okay, and this to update the chart error is error, which is going to be a boolean. Okay, fine. And the updating our list of chart messages, as user keeps questioning the chart. So this is going to be messages array. And in here I'm just going to return this void type and update our prompt. So all the functions which is going to update above variables. Okay, so these are the actions that we can perform as part of our chat panel. So quickly I'm just going to add in the remaining things. Chat suggestions. So here the suggestions is going to be the string array. So this is the thing. And we have 2 more things. Setting this chart is generating the suggestion. So is generating suggestions, which is going to be boolean. And finally setting the chart is error suggestions. Okay, so here I'm just going to have in here this boolean again. Fine. So this is the chat actions, and the context for interface I'm just going to extend above two interfaces, the chat state and the chat actions. Okay, and we will prepare this chat context object using our create context API from React. Okay, so here this it can be of type this chat context or undefined. So initially let's just set it to undefined. Okay, and we'll have this function which is going to give us the hook to talk to the variables that we are setting as part of this context. So let's just have this use context, and all I'm going to do is pass on this chat context. So here if you don't have a context, we are going to throw an error like we did for other contexts, which is going to be similar. So this error, which I will say this use chat must be used within a chart provider. Okay, something like this. And if everything went well, so we are just going to return context on this. So now the important task for us is to prepare the chat provider function so that we can wrap the children inside this provider. So let's just have the children props. So that is the chat provider props, which will be having the children of type this react node. Okay, so here let's just create a function called chat provider, and here I'm just going to destructure the children from this above chat provider props. So here we need to maintain a state variables for all of the above values. First for the chat model, and then the function to update it. So this is going to be of type model. Okay, and initially this is the value that I'll be setting, this chat model. Okay, and the remaining variables, so this is pretty common. So chat is generating, set chat is generating. Okay, so the use state this is going to be of type boolean, and whatever we have as part of initial state we will be just passing on those the default values for these variables. And now for chat is error, set chat is error. So this one again it's going to be a boolean type, and this one initial state dot chat is error. Same thing for other things, updating the chat messages, set chat messages. Let's say this one it's going to be this message array. Okay, and here also I'm just going to set what we have as part of this initial state. Okay, and then the prompt chat prompt set chart prompt and this use state. Okay, so this is going to be a string, and this initial state dot chart prompt. Fine, and the chart suggestions set chart suggestions, and this one we are going to for now have mentioned this type to be any array, and this one this chart suggestions. Okay, we can either specify this as a string array, but I'm just leaving that as it is. Okay, and finally this chart is generating this suggestions. So set chart is generating suggestions, which I'm just going to give the default value which is present as part of initial state. Chart is generating suggestions. Fine. And finally we have one more thing left, which is for the storing is error suggestions. Okay, so chart is error suggestions. So set chart is error suggestions. Here let's say this is going to be of type boolean, and in here this initial state dot chart is error suggestions. Okay, so these are the default values for all of these variables, and now we can just prepare an object out of all these values. So this chart is error suggestions is generating suggestions, chart messages, the chart model, then chart prompt, the chart suggestions. Okay, and now the functions which is going to update this value. So the set chart error suggestions, generating generating suggestions, chart messages. Okay, and the model and the prompt, and finally the setting chart suggestions. Okay, so now we have this, and all I can do is return this chart context dot provider and provide here these values, and here I'm just going to wrap in the children. Okay, so now we have the context provider for our chart, and we can use this in our components that we want. So for that let's just create a root chart component for this, and here let's just chart.tsx. Okay, and here let's just export this component. I'm just going to name this as a chart, and in here I'm just going to wrap everything inside this div, and here we will have a same like we had for other panels. So I can just yeah, like we have for another panels like actions, and showcasing the chart list if there are multiple messages as part of this conversation, and the prompt form where user can ask the questions, the chart input and all those things. So this again I will try to separate into different components, and also in this extension, so extension panel, I'll just remove this. Okay, and import this chart component, and we'll start making changes. So I just wanted to show you this as of now. So we have this for transcript, and this one again I need to reload this. Okay, so remove this, load unpacked. So now refresh this. Yeah, so yeah, now we'll start building components for each of the chart sections. First I'm going to build a chart actions where we will have a buttons to select the model. Along with that, if we wanted to create a new chart like we did create for other panels, so let's create in here the new file for the chart actions. Okay, so chart actions.tsx, and here what I'm going to do, we will try to define the props for this component. I can name this as the chart actions props, and I'm just going to make this also optional, the styling if you wanted to make any for this component. Okay, and we can just minimize this as much as possible. I'll show you at the end this in the UI part. Okay, so here let's just name this component as the chat action, and here we are going to destructure this chart action props, which is nothing but the class name, and here we are going to use our uChat hook where we just created to maintain a state regarding this chat. Let's remove this type, the chart model. So I'm just going to take whatever the values are needed for me, and the chart is generating, then updating these chart messages is generating, and updating if any error. Okay, and just setting the chat model. Fine. So that's the thing. And also we will now focus on this div. Okay, so here this div, and let's just now try to add in this thing, that is this chat action. Okay,
Okay, today I'm going to talk about how to succeed with a startup.
okay, so I'll show you that once we had a few components in this div. So what I can do is wherever we have the summary actions, we had this select wala thing. So I'll just copy this. Okay, and let's go to this chat actions, and first thing it's going to be the same. We are just going to import this select thing, and here instead of this summary model, this is going to be the chart model, and this one it's going to be the set chart model. And I'm just going to import this models, and I import the select trigger, select value, select content, and this model type as well. Okay, fine. And then this select item. Okay, so this is the first model selection. So we can just try to see this okay, so if I just open this, okay, I have an error. Okay, so let me just remove this, load again the same dev one, try to refresh this again, and let's try to see. Okay, I'm seeing an error. Okay, because we need to wrap this again the provider inside our root provider, like we just did for the other providers. So we'll just import here the chart provider. Okay, so I can just, yep, now we should be good to go. So let me remove this again. Okay, and try to load this, and now let's try to refresh this, and we'll try to see this in action. So opening this, yeah, so we have this. I know there is an issue with the styling of this, but we're able to select the model that I want. Okay, fine. Now we will add other sections in this, and also need to style this. So I can just style this one. So what we can do is, whatever I have for the summary actions, I think I can just take the same things. Let me just copy the same the styling, and use it for our chat actions. Okay, fine. And so here if we supply any class name, we need to include that. So it's best if I try to wrap this inside the cn thing, and I'll show you how what I mean. So this needs to be let's just remove this, and I can just remove this, and in here I need to pass in this class name. Okay, and I need to close on this. Fine. So basically if we are providing an optional class name props, and if there is any styling that is needed, we will pass on that styling to this div. Okay, fine. And yeah, so we just added model selection, and I need to add one more after this, the button to start a new chart. Okay, so that also what I can do. So if we just go to the summary actions, I can copy the same this div. Okay, so let me just copy the same thing and go in here, So right after this thing, I'll just close this div and import this tooltip wrapper, and instead of this regenerate summary, this is going to be a new chart. Okay, and the button we are just going to import this one, and on click we need to reset the chart which I'm going to create. Okay, the function, and this will be disabled if the chart is generating or this extension is loading, which I need to import that again. So here new indicates adding new, so plus icon is what I'll be providing, and inside this I'll have a span with the new text, okay, which says new chart. And here we will use this use extension hook as well to get me this extension is loading or not. So use extension, let's just remove this type. Okay, and this extension is loading, I can just use that here. And this on click we need to reset the chart. So what is that we need to reset is nothing but we just need to set back the chart messages that we have to empty array, and the chart is generating to false, and also if there is any error that we have in our chart is error to be set to false. So I can just wrap those things inside this reset chart function, and inside this let's say set a chart messages to empty array. Okay, and set chart is generating, let's set this back to false, and also if there is any error, this also I'm just going to set this to false. So this is the reset chart function, and now I'll just provide in here the function in this on click. So fine, I think that's the pretty much the chat actions. So if I just expand this and show you guys this one, okay, there is I need to style this button. So what I can do is let's name this style this, make this as a flex and row, and let's have the space in the x direction too. Okay, and now let's try to see this, and also that's because I gave you a size to be icon, and I'm just going to remove that. And let's try to see this now. Oh fine, yeah, it's looking good. So that's the new chart. Fine, so actions, I think these are the two things that we need as part of our chart actions. Now we will jump onto the prompt form, and then we will go on to chart list and all those things. So basically prompt form is nothing but the input that we need message input component that the user can enter the question that he wanted to talk to about this video. So we will try to create a component for that. So right in here, and I'm just going to I can just minimize this completely. So let's minimize this and stop this as well. And in this components folder, let's just create a new file and name this as the chart prompt form. Okay, and in here also I'm just going to define this interface for this component prompt form props, and we will just have this class name, and I'll just make this as optional like we just did for the previous component which we built. Okay, fine, and let's create this component. I'm just going to name this as the prompt form, and let's just destructure this class name from this above interface. And in here, okay, so like we did create the port for to get the completion, so we used it for getting the summary. Now I wanted to have a same one more port, kind of a chart port, where I can use that to chart with our video. Okay, so what I'm trying to create is, first let me create a new file inside this ports. So I'm just going to name this as the chart.ts, and let's just copy whatever we have as part of this file, and I'm just going to tweak accordingly. So first the thing is, so let me just minimize this now. I can just minimize this part also. Oh, okay, fine. So in here I need to first prepare the prompt for the system. So this is the prompt, and I'm just going to give a simple prompt, and you can just refer that in the code base that I'll be sharing or in the description, kind of like, you are an helpful assistant given the metadata and transcript of this YouTube video. Your primary task is to provide accurate and relevant answers to any questions based on this information. Use the available details effectively to assist users with their inquiries about the video's content, context, or any other aspects. And then we'll attach in the title of this video that kind of metadata, and then the transcript. So this is what I'm talking about. So I'm just going to uh, give you a reference for this in the description of the repo. You can just take that. Okay, so here I just misspell this system prompt. Okay, and after this, instead of this create completion, I'm just going to name this to create chart completion. So this model, and instead of here the prompt, this is, we are going to send these messages. This I'm going to change this to any. Okay, and the context. Okay, fine, and we will get this passed. Same thing, I'm not going to change this, so this is going to remain as it is. And now here, instead of this user, we need to rename this to a system with context. Okay, so here, and now I can rewrite this whole part. So use this system, and I'm just going to replace this title with the actual metadata. So that is the metadata dot title. Okay, and I'm just going to replace the transcript also. So transcript with the parsed value. Okay, so now the placeholders for the title and transcript will receive the actual value of about the particular video we wanted to talk to. And after this what I need to do is, I need to first unshift these messages. So unshift, and here this role is system, and this content will be this system with context. Okay, and we can just console the messages and all if you want, and better dot chat dot completion stream. And now here I'm just going to pass on this messages and model, it's the same, and stream true. So this is going to be pretty much same, except this system with context and all. And now the handler, and instead of this prompt, I'm just going to change this to messages, and we'll be sending in the request model messages and the context. So instead of this prompt, I'm just going to change this. Okay, so we can just console this just to check, and this one now it's going to be chart completion, and instead of this one, this is going to be now this messages, the completion, and this is going to be pretty much the same. And also here, instead of sending empty string, I'm just going to set this null and end this error, and here I'm just going to change this empty string to null. Fine, and there's something went wrong. Okay, so this will be the handler to get the response in the chat form for our chat panel. Okay, so now in this I'll be jumping back to the chat prompt, and we'll use that as a port inside this. Okay, so you already know how to use this as a port in our components, which I showed the documentation reference, and also we did use in our summary panel. So in this first, let me get that port using this use port hook. Okay, so use port, and all we need to do is, yeah, now this is the chat. Okay, and also I need the extension data, that is nothing but the data about the video, so which is part of our extension. Okay, and here this extension data. Fine, and the use chart values, which we I'm just going to remove this type. So let me just pass this file, and here let me just restructure the values that I want, the chat messages, and the chat prompt, the function to update our chat prompt, update the chat messages, and if a chat is generating or not, loading indicator, and if there is any error that we encountered while we are trying to generate the response, and here the chat model. Okay, these are the values that I need. Fine. And now here let's try to focus on the rendering the form here, and then I will we will focus on if there is any logic functions that we need to write. Okay, so this one what I can do, we already just exported this. So let me go to this actual chart component, and I'm just going to have this the prompt form, and we'll start making changes in this. I think there is an error we received. Okay, fine. So remove this and load it again, and then pass this. Okay, so we shouldn't see any issue. Okay, so we'll start adding the prompt form component, and then we will see that in action. Okay, so in this the form part, what we need is first, I will not worry about what we need to do on submit and styling of all those things. First we need to have a kind of text area where user can type in the input. So let me wrap that inside this. Okay, and I need the text area. So to use that, I'll be using the React text area auto size dependency. Okay, so which is going to provide me the text area that is needed for me to chart. Okay, so I'm just going to install this. So this one, so you guys can check more about this in this documentation. So let me install this text area auto size. Okay, so I can just minimize this now. Okay, and let's go back to this video, and okay, this is done. So I'm just going to import that, and let's try to use this in our component. Okay, so this text area, okay, I can import that. Let's do this. Import text area from React text area auto size. Okay, fine. And here I'm just going to text area. Okay, and value, let's say this is going to be value present in the chat prompt, and on change I need to update this chat prompt. So we'll use this set chart prompt. Okay, and here I'm just going to update whatever we have in this event. Okay, so we can try to see if we have this text area. Again we are seeing some issues. Okay, let's just remove this, load it again, refresh this, and check this. Okay, there is this, you can see here. I can type in this. Now we need to style this and all those things. Okay, so for styling, what I will do, let's just style this text area first. Let's give minimum height for this to have this 50 pixel, and width to be full. I can just minimize this. Okay, and also resize, I want to be none, and background, let's apply this transparent, and padding in the x direction 6, in the y direction let's have a 6, and the focus within I just don't want any outline, so I'm just going to set this outline to be none. And text size, so let's set it to 12 pixel. Okay, so this is the styling for this text area, and now we'll focus on styling this div part. So if I just see, so you can see there's no outline and all those things, so I can just yeah, so fine. And now we will try to style this div that we are wrapping this text area in. So that one first, the form, what I'm going to do, I'm going to make this as a absolute. So let me just wrap this inside the cnutil. Let's just make this as an absolute, and position this at the bottom. And also let's have some z index and padding of 4, width let's say full, and background color let's make it as a white. Okay, and additionally if we receive any class name, I'm just going to apply that styling for this. And now this we can make this as a relative, so this relative, and make this as a flex. And minimum height I'm just going to set this to 60, and width let's set it to full, and the direction to be column. And let's hide if there is any overflow on rounded medium. Okay, and I'm just going to have a border, and border color let's say have this as zinc color. Fine. And yeah, now let's see this, how is it going to look. uh, okay, that's because what I'm going to do is I need to style the root, this which we wrap this inside this div. So here let's make this width full, and height let's say I'm just going to hardcode this pixels for 98 pixel and make this relative. And background let's just make this as a white. And now let's try to refresh this, and try to see this in action. Yeah, okay, so this is the thing. And this one I need to correct this. Okay, so we will fix that, but now it's sitting at the bottom, and the size of this needs to be changed. So going into this prompt form, and inside this what I can do is let's say anyways, we will change this later once we complete other components. Okay, so that's the thing. And I can just minimize this, and here inside this form, after this div part, and we need to add in other properties for this props. First I'm supposed to attach the reference for this, where I'm going to create one useref hook where I can modify the content accordingly when we are trying to select the other in the coming component, where I can click on it and I need to populate the chart with the value that user has selected. So to achieve those kind of things, we need to have a reference to the element where we wanted to have that text visible. So let's this is going to be of type HTML text area element, and initially I'm just going to set this to null. So let's attach that reference here for that. Okay, so here this reference I'm going to attach this input reference. And let's have this tab index set to 0, and on key down, so on enter, we need to handle this sending to the chart model, so that also I'll have to handle. So that one, what I can do is, let's try to write a common hook to handle keyboard events like enter, all those things inside our hooks. So let me just minimize this. So here I'm just going to create a new file called something like use enter submit. And in here I'm just going to export this as the hook, use enter submit. Okay, and here what I'm going to written in here first. Let's just return an object, and this is going to be okay. So in here the form ref, okay, so this is going to be again this ref object of type this HTML form element, okay, and then the callback functions, what do we do on key downs and all those things. So here this event, and I'm just going to this is going to be react.keyboard event of type this HTML text area element, okay, and this is going to be callback function, okay, and finally this on key up callback function, okay, so I can just copy the whole thing. Okay, so now in here let's create this form reference, okay, using this use ref hook, okay, and this is going to be of type this form element, okay. Initially we'll just set this to null, and we'll have a functions which is going to handle key down and key up. So let's just have this, which is going to be event of this type, okay, so I can just copy this, and here as well, okay. So same things, I'm just going to do it for key up. So let's just rename this down to up, okay, and if I just return this, we will not see any error there, okay. So here on key down, I'm just going to pass on this handle key down, and on key up this handle key up, okay. So now we need to write the we are going to do here. So first I'm going to stop propagating here with this to the other components, okay. So propagation, and here I have this issue due to which, okay, okay, fine, and here also I need to change this, and now we should be good, okay, fine. So I'm just going to stop this propagation, and we'll check if the event dot key is equals to this enter, okay, and event the shift key is not hold, okay, and then the event dot native event is composing, then I'm just going to request the submit on this form ref, okay. So we can just call this function, and then we'll just prevent default event, okay. That's what we'll be doing, and this on key up, I'm just going to stop the propagation, okay. So this is the simple enter submit handling hook, okay. So I can just use this here. So inside this prompt form component, what I can do is I can just use that hook which we just created, use enter submit, okay. So this one, fine, and here I'm just going to destructure the values that I want, this form ref on key down and on key up, and here we can just call those functions here. On key down, I'm just going to use this on key down, and on key up, let's just use this on key up, okay. And placeholder, let's say I'm just going to have a send a message here, and styling we already did this to set to minimum height of 50 pixel, okay, and background and all those things, text to be 12 pixels and all those things, okay. And I want this autofocus to be applied, and the spell check, let's just set this to false, and autocomplete also let's set this to off, autocorrect, let's set this to off, and name I'm just going to set this to message, and rows I want is 1, so we will see now the size to be reduced. Okay, so yeah, so this is the now we can see this in action, the chart input inside this. Okay, so here again this is reload. Okay, let me refresh this. Okay, fine, but placeholder and all those things is fine. We will see why that is happening. Okay, fine. And after this I'll have a button which is going to help me send that message. Okay, so in here right below this, let's wrap this inside this div, and we can use this tooltip wrapper, and here the text I'm going to send it is going to be send message. Okay, and in here we'll wrap this button. The type it's going to be a submit, so I can just mention that, and size it's going to be of type icon, variant outline, and this will be disabled if we have the empty chart prompt. So this is the empty string, and styling, let's say size of 32 pixel. Okay, and inside this I'll just have this paper plain icon. Okay, and I'm just going to give height and width as the 4.5 for this icon. Okay, and also now if we just see how this is going to look. Okay, so let me maximize this again. Okay, I need to style this div, so what I'll do first, let me make this as absolute, and I want it to be at the right, so right 0, and top, let's say so okay, and let's have the top, let's say 10 pixel, and then padding right 3. Okay, so now let's try to see this. Yeah, so this is the thing, and this text area, I don't know why that's not updating the way I want. We will just see that in a while. Okay, and also I'm just going to attach in the reference for this which is the form ref which we created as part of our use enter submit. Okay, fine, and yeah, so that's the this chart prompt form, and we will focus on the chart list component and all those things, where we can actually show the responses from the chart and all those things. And also here we need to still complete a lot of things, because we don't have actual on send clicking on all those things. What are we supposed to do? Correct, so that one needs to be handled as part of this on submit. So okay, so I'll try to write the logic for that as well now itself. So on submit of this, what are we supposed to do? So in here on submit, let me make this as a first asynchronous, because we'll have to make a call to our chart port which we just created. Okay, so first I'm just going to prevent event default event. Okay, and first we'll need to get the chart prompt. Okay, and also I'll try to blur focus on mobile if that's possible. So that is if this window dot inner width is less than 600. Okay, and I'm just going to set this target of this message blur. Okay, fine, and now let's get this actual value present in that input, which is nothing but the chart prompt value, and I'm just going to trim this, and we'll set back the chart prompt back to empty string. Okay, so once we have that, and also we will check if there is no value. I'm just going to return. I'm not going to do or make a call to our chat part port. Okay, and in here we need to get this initial messages. So using, I'm just going to this initial messages, and we need to add user messages. Okay, so here this we need to update the chat messages. This is how we'll be doing. So whatever the initial messages we have, and I need to update this role as the user, and this content would be actually the question that the user is trying to ask. So that's the updating of chat messages. And after this we need to send this message to our chat port, chat context. Okay, so that one I need to create a new function which can help me to generate a chat. So rather than writing all in this thing, I can just create a new function here. Let's make this as the asynchronous, and I'm just going to name this as the generate chat. Okay, and we are going to send in this model value and then the messages to this function. And in here first we will set the loading the chart is generating to true, and if there is any errors we'll set that back to false. And after this, all we need to do is we need to send using the port the values that were expected to that function. So that is the model we're expecting, and also the messages, the and then the context. So context is nothing but the data about the video, which is this extension data. So that's what we'll be doing here. And here I can just call that generate a chart, and I need to pass on this values. So this is how I can do that using this chart model dot the content, and then the messages. Okay, so here the initial messages. Okay, and this rule, this is going to be user, and this content will be the actual value. So this is what will be sending to this generate chart. Okay, that's what expected. Okay, once we send that, okay, this is what we'll be doing in on submitting. Okay, and also now we need to we'll be sending that, and we'll be receiving the data from that service, and I need to update that accordingly. So like we did in our generate summary using the use effect, and depending upon the value changes in the port.data.messages, we can update that. So that I'm just going to wrap inside this use effect and in here. So if this port.data dot message, okay, so is not equals to undefined, and this port dot data dot is and is equals to false, then we will try to update our chat messages array. Okay, so that is again I'm going to check if this chat messages of this chat messages dot length minus one dot rule is equals to the user, then I'm just going to update our chat messages array in this way. So let's just have the whatever values is present in chat messages, along with that the role this assistant, and I'm just going to set this content to empty string. Okay, and here after this else I'm just going to get this new messages. So here by just spreading this. Okay, and we are going to update this chat messages of this new messages last value, that is length minus one. This content, all we need to do is we need to set this to whatever we are receiving as part of this message. Okay, so and we need to update our chat messages. So this is how I'll be updating the new messages. Okay, and if that's not the case, so all we need to do is we need to set here else set chart is generating to false. Okay, and here I'm just going to set this error back to false, and this needs to be triggered only if this is changing. Okay, fine. So that's how we'll be updating our chat messages. And at the same time, I need to change the focus of input ref as well on mounting of this component. So we will try to handle the same in this use effect. So that is if input ref dot current. So I'm just going to have this focus and this on mounting of this component. So I need to close this. Okay, and this initial mounting. Okay, so this is the overall handling of the logic of sending the user's question to the our chat service via this port messaging API. Okay, and then we will be handling that. Okay, now we have this chart input form. We will need to focus on chart list, so that's where we will be trying to show actual the answer that we'll be getting from the service. But now we don't have anything, so this is what we have. So we need to change this, so we will try to create that. Like we have a item component for our transcript item. This chart also will try to have an item component, so I'm going to create that. This chart item dot tsx. Okay, I can just minimize this. Now we will just after a while we'll see this in action. So I'm just going to prepare this props for this component where we are going to receive the message type. So this is going to be this message, and here I can just create this default component chart item, and in here I'm just going to destructure this message from this props, and in here let's just return and focus on this div. So here based upon the role of the message, we will be showcasing one icon and other icon, so on. So that one what I will do here, I'm just going to wrap this here, and I'm just trying to check if this role is equals to this user. Then if that is the case, I'm going to show this icon of this user. Okay, so that I'm going to maintain as let's create a separate icons for that. Okay, so let me create in this UI folder this new file for this icons. Okay, and in here I'm just going to create the icons for user, and then from the assistant where we are trying to get the response. So it'll just be the wrappers for our svg icon. This again I'll be attaching in the description or in the code base. You can just refer that. Okay, so OpenAI. Okay, and here let's just have this react dot type. It's going to be this component props, and this is going to be of type svg. Okay, so I can just try to get this class name, and remaining props I'm just going to have this as a props. Okay, and in here this icon OpenAI, I'm just going to have this svg returned from this. So here let's just return this svg. This is for OpenAI's assistant showcasing, and I can do the same thing. So let's just copy the same thing, and for our showcasing the user, so let's just rename this to user. Okay, icon user, and their svg needs to be changed. Okay, so this is the svg I'll be adding, so you can just refer to the code base which I'll be sharing. Okay, so this is the okay, fine. Now we'll go back here, and I can just use this icons. Okay, And same applies to if that's not the case, we will have the OpenAI icon showcased. Okay, so okay, fine. And after this we need to show the actual message. Okay, so this I'm going to wrap this inside this div, and here again based upon this role, if this equals to the assistant. Okay, and we don't have this message content, and we need to kind of indicate that we are getting, and we need to show the spinner or loader icon. I can just create quickly in here this uh, svg icon for that too, for this spinner. Okay, so this will be the svg for the spinner, and I can just use this here, this spinner. Okay, and if it's we have the content, and I'm just going to wrap this inside this markdown. Okay, so here instead of this I'm going to pass on this markdown content. So this is going to be the chart item component, the simple one, and now we need to use this inside our chart list. Okay, so let me just create this new component for chart list. Chart list component. Okay, and this one it's going to be simple. So we will just create this, and you will see this in action. So here again this will have just simple class name prop. So this is going to be optional. Okay, and I'm just going to export this default function, so this chart list. Okay, and I'm just going to destructure pretty same like we saw in other components. Okay, and in here let's just focus on this returning this div, and I will do styling later. First thing, we'll have to first, if we don't have any messages, we need to show the empty screen which we are supposed to build. We will build that, and if that's not the case, what I need to do is here I need to show in this div the actually chart messages. So I need to iterate through the chart messages which we have as part of our use chart hook. So here this thing I can just remove this type. Okay, so here this chart messages, and I'm just going to have this set to chart prompt imported. So we need to iterate through this chart messages. Okay, and try to get the message. Okay, so which is going to be of type message. So I can import this, and let's get this index. So once I have this, I can provide these values to our chart item component by providing this key which is going to be an index, and then the message. So I can just send in this message. Okay, so yeah, and now let's try to see this. Okay, so what I can do here is, let me import this chart list component, and I just wanted to check once if at least it's working something. We're able to see something on the screen. So let me say can you tell me what this video is about? Okay, so okay, this send is working, and I just have to confirm if the chat message is being updated or not. We can do one thing. I'm going to print in here the response in this thing. So what I wanted to do is first let me print in here the messages. Okay, so here let me just print in your messages, and also in our prompt form. So here after we actual sending, I can just console few things so that we can see if something is happening or not. Okay, so uh, and also in our chart list, what I need to do is I mean, why is this? Is there any error? No. Okay. So let me just refresh this. Why styling is gone? Uh, okay, I'm just going to remove this. Refresh this again. Okay, fine. And load this extension. Go to this YouTube page again and open this summary, and I just wanted to open this console as well. Okay, fine. And see this console, clear this first. Can you tell me what this video is about? Okay, yeah. Fine, you can see. Don't worry about styling, we need to do a lot of things. So this is the message of the user, and this is, and we are not able to scroll this, I'll take care of that. And this is the response that we got from our chatbot. So we need to change a lot of things. So first thing is the styling of this. Okay, so I can just maximize this itself, and here let's try to style this. So first thing is I need to attach a reference for this so that it will be scrolling as we are getting the new message content from the service. So we can do that using the scroll container reference, again using this user hook. So I'm just going to name this as the scroll container reference. Okay, and use this user hook. And initially I'm just going to set this to null, and let's try to change that inside this use effect hook based upon the chat messages change. Okay, and in here we need to just scroll to the bottom of this scroll container. So first let's get this scroll container using our this current. Okay, so if we have this scroll container, all we need to do is scroll container dot scroll top. We need to set this to scroll container dot scroll height. Okay, fine. And this is the thing, and we need to attach that to this div. So that is this scroll container ref. Okay, and we need to style this, which I will do that, we don't have to worry. So let's just say, can you tell me about this video? Okay, so fine. Okay, I don't know why this. Okay, we will check this. Can you tell me about this video? Fine, I'll check that, but let's focus on the styling. Sometimes we need to reload this again or refresh. That's the only difference. Okay, and height, I'm just going to set this to 375 pixel, and overflow in the y direction. Let's apply this scroll so that we can just scroll this, and I don't want scroll bar to be visible. So for that, what I need to do is I need to update in my style dot css. So here, so these things needs to be added. Okay, so I just added that. You can go ahead and add this. For no scroll bar, all we need to do is this WebKit scroll bar, you need to set this display to null, and this scroll bar or scroll bar width to none, and this ms overflow style to none. Okay, fine. And so let's go back to this chart list, and in here I can just apply this no scroll bar. Okay, so let's try to check once again. And yeah, there are still a lot of things that we need to fix, and we will do that. Okay, so here let's just open this chart again. And what is this video about? Okay, so the height is restricted now, so I can just okay, fine. And also I'll come back to that. Okay, so here the styling, let's just give padding at the top and pass on the additional styling for this. Okay, so yeah, fine. And I need to style this chart item because that's looking weird. So coming down to this styling, let's just first let me just ask this again. Okay, so we need to change that in our chart item component. First thing is, let me make this div is itself under a single group. Okay, and I wanted to make this as relative and direction to be display to be flex. Items I want at the beginning, so we'll apply the start, and padding in the x direction to be 8, and in y let's say 5. Okay, so that's one thing, and I'll show you once I tweak all of the things. Okay, after this if you wanted to see this again, you can just see this. So it's better if I show you. Yeah, you can see there's some padding in the x direction and y. So now we're able to scroll this. Okay, and I need to correct this each component. That's this we'll be focusing on. So now for this icon, the styling, first we'll make this flex. In height and width, I'm just going to set this to 10 and apply this ring 0, this select or none. Let's center these items, and justify also, let's center them. Okay, and rounded, let's say I want the medium rounded corners. And finally we'll have some border, and border color zinc. I'm just going to apply this zinc, and let's have some margin, negative margin at the top. So those are the stylings for this this what do you say, the icons. Okay, fine. And now the styling for the actual content. So this is the thing. Let's add some margin left, and occupy the rest of the flex one, and space in the y direction. Okay, and overflow I'm just going to hide it, and padding in the x direction to be 1. Okay, so I think this should look good. So I'll just show you this. Let me refresh this and open this chart component, chart section, and I'm just going to ask again, what is this video about? Okay, yeah, you can see now the icons, and then the space, and they're just next to each other because we made that as a flex. And so this is the thing that we got. Okay, so it's looking at least good. So that's the thing in the change in this chart item. So now what I need to do is I don't know why still we have a lot of issues. So if I just go to this chart list, maybe I can just minimize this. I just showed you that. Okay, so fine, and now we will focus on the empty screen. That is when we don't have any messages, and rather than showcasing, so if I just start new chat, so rather than showcasing the empty, I wanted to show some text and the questions that user can take that as a help and get started. And this also needs to be fixed. Okay, so a lot of UI changes needs to be fixed, so I'll focus on empty screen here. So let's just create this chat empty screen dot tsx. Okay, fine. So this one we will have some example messages, so I can just minimize this. Okay, so this interface for this props, empty screen props, the optional styling for this, and then the callback function, which is going to help us update the prompt so that we can see that selection in our input form. Okay, that is the prompt form. And now the function, actual function export default function. So I'm just going to name this as the empty screen, and let's just destructure the props, empty screen props, which is going to be the class name and the set prompt input. Fine. So yeah, in here we will just right away return this part, and let's have everything wrapped inside this div. So what I can do is first try to include this in our chat list, and then we will start developing this component. So in here, so first what I will check here is if we don't have chat messages, or this chat message length is equals to 0, then we'll try to render this empty screen component. So, and I'm just going to pass on this the set chat prompt, the callback function to update the same. And if that is not the case, we will have this div rendered. So I can just remove this here and we will have this. Okay, so now you can see not big change, but we will try to add that in here. Okay, so that in here empty screen. Okay, let's minimize this. So in here first thing, let's have we'll do the styling and all those things. In this div, I'm just going to have a text which I'm going to wrap inside this kind of, let's say this is going to be YouTube AI or something, and in here I'll have some sparkle icon, and that also I'll just try to maintain this in our UI icons where we just created for our OpenAI and user. So let's just go back to this, and here I'm just let's copy the same. We'll just change the name and SVG icon. So this one icon sparkles. Okay, and we need to change the SVG. Okay, so you can refer that in the code base which I'll be sharing. Okay, so this is the SVG, and going to this I'm going to use this icon sparkles. Okay, and this one, let's give some styling for this. So kind of I just wanted inline applied and some margin right, and also let's see, we'll have some margin in the left direction, and width let's set to 4, and if it's a smaller screen, let's increase the width to 5, and some margin bottom. Okay, so that is the thing. And here the next text there is something like AI. So let's see this. I think we should be able to see this now in this chart section. Yeah, you can see this YouTube and all. I need to maybe refresh this again. Anyway, sometimes it takes time to load. Okay, but you understood that. So maybe I'll try to remove this, load it again, and refresh this part. Try to see. Yeah, so YouTube, this icon on AI. Okay, so after this pan we'll focus on styling later. Okay, so something here, the text, let's say a conversational AI extension. Let's for whatever. I'm just going to write some random description. You can change whatever you want. That allows users to interact directly with content. So, and I can say something like an ask specific questions or seek detailed information about any part of the video. So I'm just going to give here this as the description. Okay, and we should be able to see that also. Okay, this needs to be a small p tag, and we will see that also in this action. So here if I open, so this is what I was talking. Okay, fine, and after this I can just provide an example. So try an example, and this is where we'll try to provide few questions that user can take help of rather than writing on it his own. Okay, clicking on this example, we need to populate in this input form. So I'm just going to define a constants for that. Okay, so here let's just define the list for that, the kind of, let's say, example messages. So this is going to be the list of objects. So heading, I can just say what is the video about, so something like that. Okay, so I can just, and we'll have one more property, so kind of the message that will be populating in the input. So can you tell me about the video? Okay, so like this I'm just going to add over 3 to 4 examples. This heading, what are the key points, the message, let's say what are the key points. So here I just misspelled again, so of the video. Okay, fine, and 2 more questions. I'm just going to add an example. What are the main takeaways? The message on, again I need to, yeah, what are the main takeaways of the video? Okay, and finally I'm just going to add in one more example. Let's say what are the main topics? Message again, so same question, I'm just going to elaborate a bit. What are the main topics discussed in the video? Okay, so fine, and we'll use this list and try to populate that as part of this component. Okay, so I'll try to wrap this inside one more div. Okay, and let's just iterate through this array and get this each message. Okay, under this index, and I'm just going to have this wrapped inside this button. Okay, and key for unique identification, I'll just pass in this index. Okay, and variant, let's just pass in this outline. Okay, in on click and all we'll change that. Okay, so here I'm just going to add in this arrow right icon, and let's add some margin right, and the text, I'll have this muted foreground. Okay, and then the actual message heading. So this is what we'll be showcasing in here as a part of the examples. So let's see this, how it's looking. Okay, so these are the questions. Now we will try to style each part. Okay, so what I wanted to, I first wanted this to be in the column. So let's just change this to flex column, and also I want the items to be at the start, and let's have the space within each example, let's say 3, and justify also, let's just apply this start. Okay, so now they should be in a column. Yeah, okay, and now we need to style this button. So this button, what I can do, and also the functionality that we need to handle on click. Okay, so on click, what we need to do is we just need to set this prompt input to the whatever we have in this message. Okay, so that's the simple. And now the styling height, I'll set it to auto, width full, and justify, let's apply the start. And border, let's say the thin border 0.5 pixel, padding of 3, and opacity I'm just going to add in 80. Okay, and now let's try to see this how it's looking. Okay, fine. And yeah, okay, that's decent, and we're not able to scroll on see that. So we need to style the other parts now. So the main div, okay, so let's do this main div, wrap this using this util. Okay, mx auto, so that there'll be equivalent space in the left and right. It like kind of looks at the center. So padding in the x direction 8. Okay, and let's try to see this. Now if I open, okay, so they kind of like center, and we will focus on more this inside div now. So I wanted to have this rounded corners and background. Let's apply this background padding of 8, and width, let's make it occupy full. Justify center, and also the direction to be a column, and items also to be center. Okay, and this one, let's see the change. Okay, so fine, and still now it's looking good. Now we need to style this pan actual thing. So we need to make text size to be bigger, so text and also the display to be flex. And I'm just going to items, let's center them, and I'm going to have some margin at the bottom. Okay, so that's for this text, and we already gave styling for this icon. And for actual description styling, so we can make the text to be at the center. Okay, and also I'm going to apply this muted foreground, and leading, let's apply this normal. Okay, not none, so fine. And let's have some margin at the bottom, and opacity, let's say 70. Okay, so that's the styling for this. And finally styling for this example, so I'll just have the same leading normal. Okay, and the text, I'm just going to mute this foreground, and let's have some margin at the bottom. And opacity, I'm just going to set this to 70 as well. Okay, so this is the styling for this empty screen component. Let's see this now. Yeah, so this is looking at least quite good. And the thing that we are still missing is this scrolling part. Okay, why is this? So if I just, you can see this is working fine. Okay, if I send this, okay, but I'm not able to scroll this. Oh, why? Okay, we will check that, but at least in our chart list we have integrated, so we can just minimize this now. So if I just set this new chart also, we should be able to see this. We will check that, but now in our main chart list we have integrated this empty screen and then the chart item, and we're able to see in the chart component of these things. Okay, so Fine. And what I need to do is first, we're still missing a few things regarding the stylings and all. Is it because I no, there is an issue with this thing, and also the styling of this text area. Uh, so this one, okay, this form, and there is text area. This is cool, but the styling, this div, which is this minimum height of 60. So if I just go to this chat prompt thing, so here we are doing some styling a mistake, which we need to check this. So fine, okay, let me just minimize this on submit part. Okay, and in here I'm just setting this, and okay, the thing is, this is the issue. So instead of setting this minimum height, I wanted to have this maximum height to 60. Okay, so now we shouldn't see the problem, I guess. So let's try to open this. Yes. Okay, so this is at least, but still we are not able to scroll. So this is the smaller size. Okay, and this again needs to be scrollable, which we need to check that. Let's try to ask this question. Okay, I'm able to scroll this, but not this thing. So this one also, what I'm going to do is, I think the styling with respect to this is fixed, okay, with this prompt form. And now the issue we have is this empty screen. So in this empty screen, are we missing, what styling are we missing? Okay, so the whole this part, do I want this to be a bit little up? Maybe we can either increase this bottom, or else anyways, I just wanted this to be little above, so the usage is in this chart list. Okay, and here in this chart list, can I set this padding top? Okay, or else in this chart list, can I set anything if I wanted to? Fine, let's do one thing. So here I'll just inspect this, the whole part, this thing, and this whole div, and this one we can just apply some. I'm just going to set some margin top, let's say 10 pixel. Okay, or else let's say some 20 pixel. Okay, so what I'll do is, let's go to this chat empty screen, and here I'll just set this some margin top. Okay, negative margin top. let's set this to 10. So if it's a 10 40 pixel, no, I want it to be 6. Okay, so now let's just close this. Okay, let's improve this more to, I think 10 should do. Yeah. Okay, so it's looking good. Now the things that we want are mainly all about this component. I think we added whatever is needed as part of this application. So okay, let me see this in action now. All things we will try to test. So if I ask what are the so this is the chat empty screen component, and on no chat messages present, that's when we'll be showing this component. And that the main usage of this component is to provide some examples. By clicking on this, we should be able to populate this inside our prompt input form. Okay, so once we have this prompt typed into this chat input form, either pressing on enter or pressing on this button, we should be able to send the message to our chat completion model via the port messaging API, where we are using use port hook from this Plasmo HQ messaging hook, okay, module. And if I just send this, we should be able to, yeah, this is scrolling and it's working fine. So if you see here, the main takeaways, this is the user question indicating this user icon, and this assistant response, and it's giving us the in the better format where we are using the converting the markdown to HTML so that we can see better in the UI. And this is able to scroll, and it's automatically scrolling to the bottom as we keep receiving the message content from the service. And if I ask the question again, who is addressing in this video something, let's say okay, so the question is here, and I should be receiving the response. Maybe am I receiving error? No, ideally I should be receiving result. So let me just asking again, who is addressing in this video. Okay, so we got this answer, and let me ask one more question. Key or takeaways from this video. Okay, so let's just ask once takeaways. Okay, so this is the question. Okay, so it's working fine. Fine, the key takeaways is this, and so on. So okay, so this chart is working the way we want, and that's the functionality I wanted to show in here. And there is an issue with this selection, but that's not a big deal. Okay, in selecting this new chart, we should be able to see this chart empty screen. Okay, setting this chart messages to empty array again. So the functionality in this chart screen is working. So now going to this transcript, the core responsibility of this transcript panel was to search for particular keyword. So if I say this, obviously, so I'm able to search for it and highlight that parts in the each item, transcript item. Okay, and I can just jump to the particular the time that the user is speaking. So that's the guy in this video is speaking, so it's in somewhere around 3 minutes 45 something seconds. So if I just click on this, what's happening? Okay, let me just remove this. Okay, and if I just click on this, yep, so it's taking me to the particular timestamp. Okay, and we can copy this whole transcript and we can use it wherever we want. And clicking on this, it's going to help us navigate to that particular part of this video. So if I just press this, you say it took us to that. Okay, so the functionality is that in this transcript section, so which is working. And also now hovering of this each transcript item we're able to copy this of these things, and this is also cool. Okay, and this summary, here again we can generate this summary, and we can select this prompt, which there is, I think there is some issue with this select component. I don't think this is a bigger issue to worry about for this as part of this application. You guys can just figure out, and but we are able to change this model. So I see I'm able to change this model, and now if I just click on this generate summary, we are able to see the summary that we are getting as part of this video. Okay, which is also a cool thing. Okay, so you can see this is also working good, as it's showcasing the summary of this video. Okay, so this function is also working, which is let's say if you're not satisfied with the summary that you got and you wanted to see more, you can just click on this, and this is to copy the summary that is generated, and this prompt, we can just change this in our code base and tweak as per your needs and all. Okay, so if I just click on this, I should be getting the response again, summary response. Okay, so this is the core sections of this application that I wanted to talk about. I guess I did build what I did show you in the preview video of this application, and these are the three things that I wanted to talk about, and this is the end of this video. Hope you guys really liked it, and I'm just trying to cover as many ways of developing the web development, extension development, and right in the beginning I did try to show you mobile development and all. So the idea is, let's say you wanted to build something, no matter what it takes to get whatever you wanted. That's the main motive of this channel, and I guess you guys really liked the way I am building or bringing up the application that you're seeing as part of the channel. I hope I'm not disappointing you guys. If again, I'm all I need from your end is do share, like it, subscribe the channel, and share with your friends if you think there is something important content that to be learned from. You can share it with your peers or friends, and stay tuned and keep watching this channel and keep supporting this channel. Thank you so much, and this is the application so that I wanted to showcase as part of this application. Stay tuned for more exciting videos on this channel. Thank you, and see you in the next video.